Stand by, Beth.
We're good. Mayor Burt, we're now live.
Thanks,
Mayor
Mayor Burt.
Du Bois, I'm sorry.
All right, welcome
apologize.
to, no problem. Welcome to the special council meeting of June 7th. Will the clerk please call the meeting to order?
Vice Mayor Burt,
Here.
Councilmember Cormack,
Here.
Mayor Du Bois,
I am here.
Councilmember Philsett,
Here.
Councilmember Koo,
Here.
Councilmember Stone,
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Here.
7 present.
Great. So we have no agenda changes, additions, or deletions tonight. So we'll go straight to oral communications to hear from the public on an item that's not otherwise on the agenda.
Any members of the public that wish to speak to oral communications, which is anything that is not on this agenda, please raise your hand at this time. We have 3 speakers so far. The first is Rhoda Fry, to be followed by Mark Scholl and Charlie Wiedens. Rhoda, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, Honorable Palo Alto City Council members. I'm here tonight to talk about an aspect of Lehigh's expansion proposal that is unique to Palo Alto. Part of the quarry property is in fact in the city of Palo Alto's jurisdiction. As you gaze up to the hills, you'll see a brown line that is the edge of a 218-acre mining waste pile called the West Materials Storage Area. Lehigh hopes to raise its height by 160 feet, impacting views from the valley floor. Lehigh also hopes to lower the protected ridgeline adjacent to Rancho San Antonio by 100 feet. The Mid-Peninsula Regional Open Space District has written a letter that speaks specifically to the land in Palo Alto, as the quarry's proposal could impact the future of planned expansion of the Black Mountain Trail. I've emailed you 2 letters from the Open Space District, map of Palo Alto's land at the quarry showing the rare plant, the arcuate bush mallow, and the rare species, the long-eared owl, a map showing Lehigh's property within the city of Palo Alto limits, and a map showing Lehigh's expansion proposal. I'd also like to take this opportunity to remind you that Lehigh is one of our state's biggest polluters, ranking number 4 in particulate matter, with only 3 petroleum refineries ahead of it. Air pollution knows no boundaries. Neither will Palo Alto be able to avoid the impacts of Lehigh's proposed increase in truck traffic. Lehigh has not operated its kiln for over a year, so the myth that the Bay Area needs a cement plant has been busted. The parent company CEO has stated that mothballing the plant has in fact improved the bottom line. I've sent you an article that says more from the town, Los Altos Town Crier. Thank you.
Thank you, Rhoda. Our next speaker is Mark Scholl, to be followed by Charlie Wiedens, and we will take hands up until the end of Mark Scholl speaking. Mark, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
SFO has agreed to present their new GBES landing system to residents via Zoom call this Wednesday from 5 to 6:30. I think it is important to encourage as many residents as possible to participate if they can. First, this new landing system is going live in December, so people should know what it is. Second, all changes over us will be heavily influenced, if not defined, by how SFO deploys this new landing system. GBES transforms instrument landing options at SFO from one approach literally set in concrete to an unlimited number of software-defined approaches. In other words, GBES can be used to make our situation much better or worse. My point is that if there is ever a time that Palo Alto needs to be directly involved in SFO traffic, it is now. To start, this means we need to become a full member of the SFO Roundtable. That is now possible. I think citizens have done as much as they can in showing expertise, attending meetings, building relationships, and pressuring. It is now up to the city to close the deal and not back down. FAA's regulations are clear. All local requests related to procedures must go through the airport involved. History and FOIA documentation also make clear The Roundtable is the only vehicle for change at SFO. SFO Roundtable membership alone is not sufficient, but is a necessary step. It is also achievable, not just because of 5 years of persistence by residents and Councilmember Koo at Roundtable meetings, but also because SFO is paying for GBAS itself and needs it to be successful. And unlike the FAA, SFO is committed to obtaining community acceptance for future enhancements, all of which occur primarily over Palo Alto. SFO itself now supports accepting Palo Alto as a full member of the SFO Roundtable. There are several members who do not, and San Mateo County has posited financial and resource issues. I urge the city to be proactive in reaching out to mitigate the financial and resource issues and be ready to handle the objections and alternative to the Roundtable that are certain to come up. After 25 years of trying to become a member, let's not miss this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Our next speaker is Charlie Weedens, to be followed by Rebecca Ward, and then phone caller with the last 3 digits of 002. We will no longer be taking any speakers, so our last speaker will be John Norman. Charlie, go ahead, you have 2 minutes.
Yes, good evening, and thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council. I'm speaking here tonight about World Music Month, presented by the City of Palo Alto, the Palo Alto Recreation Foundation, and the Chamber of Commerce. World Music Month, it started this past weekend and is each Saturday and Sunday in June with musical performances on University Avenue and California Avenue, with performances at lunchtime and early evening. I want to say a special thank you and congratulations to all of the volunteers who helped organize the event and all of the musicians who have played and are going to play, with a very special thanks and congratulations to Maura Uman. I was at Oran's Hummus last evening, and it was just great to see everyone enjoying a beautiful evening, dining and listening to music. And we look forward to the next 3 weekends, and we invite everyone to stop by and listen. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. Our next speaker is Rebecca Ward, to be followed by phone caller with the last 3 digits of 002, and then Eileen Richardson. Rebecca, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. And I just want to dovetail on what Mark Scholl just mentioned, which is after 27 years of trying, the majority of the SFO Roundtable members agreed that Palo Alto should be allowed to join. And to that end, they've established a subcommittee to come up with the criteria for admitting new members. And I want to make sure that Palo Alto takes this seriously and does what it needs to do to become a good contributing member of the SFO Roundtable. And the other thing I did want to bring up is, first of all, a huge thank you to Lydia Koo, who has been advocating and engaged from the beginning. And the chair noted that, the council involvement was a significant factor in his decision to sort of change directions, as well as obviously a lot of public advocacy. But I also wanted to point out the airport director's comments, because I think sometimes the council members don't understand how severe the impact is. And so, in quoting from what he said, I pulled up the old traces today and looked at pre-next gen, post-next gen differences in Palo Alto. And it's clear as day what's happening. There is no denying it that Palo Alto is heavily impacted. And people get up on this council all the time and advocate for clean air. A speaker earlier was talking about environmental impact. Well, those planes that go over us emit ultrafine particulate matter, and that noise has health impacts. This is a serious issue, and at least the airport director recognized how serious it is, and I hope you do. I'd also like you all to please watch the video of the SFO Roundtable, starting at minute 16, because it was heartening to hear community after community on that roundtable support us. From San Bruno to our neighbor in Menlo Park, really, and many people in between. They recognize how severely we've been impacted. So please take the time to listen to their very thoughtful debate for over an hour on that. And as Mark said, please don't let this slip away. This is an opportunity to help address what has been impacting our residents for over 6 years. Today, on a monthly basis, there are still 20,000 noise reports from Palo Alto residents. This is a serious opportunity to fix it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rebecca. Our next speaker is phone caller 002 to be followed by Eileen Richardson. And our final speaker is Winter Dellenbach. Phone caller, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, this is Terry Holzmer. I have two things I'd like to mention to council tonight. I'd like to first of all urge them and urge their support for the idea of an in-house economic development person who would be part of our city staff. Yes, I understand that this is a very expensive option to do, but I think it is critical that we have an individual and not a consultant who can really look at the economic vitality of our city and really look at the future trends of where our local businesses could be successful. To be honest, a consultant has to spend much of his time working with other cities and will not be focused really on our own local concerns, such as, do we have too many hotels? Do we not have enough? I don't know, but I do know that an economic development person would certainly help. And I hope when this comes back to the city council, and it will, that you'll reconsider the idea of having an in-house person. Very quickly, my second item, very quickly, is about the streets on California Avenue and University. For many months, obviously, during COVID, we've had these streets closed, and for good reason. They've allowed some of our restaurants and other businesses to function. But I think it's time to reconsider this. And I hope that there is a state law, I believe, that requires that certain streets be open. And I hope that the city manager and the city staff will look at that and understand that these roads are important. For example, in my neighborhood, California Avenue, there's a lot of construction going on with the public safety building and other buildings going on right now. And I hope that our thoroughfares are not closed off for economic reasons and not for repair issues or other more important issues like that. So I hope that those two issues can be looked at and re-examined by the council. So thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Our next speaker is Eileen Richardson, then Winter Dellenbach, and John Norman has re-raised his hand, so he will be the final speaker. Eileen, go ahead. You have 2 minutes. Eileen, you need to unmute from your end.
Thank
There
you.
you go.
Sorry about that. Dear Mayor Du Bois, members of City Council, my name is Eileen Richardson and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Downtown Streets Team. I thought I had 3 minutes and I only have 2, so I will do my best to read through the statement that I have, but I will also give it to the city clerk so that you have it on file. I'm sorry that I have not been available over this last year plus. I don't know if you know, but I have been battling cancer. The good news is that I am now in remission and my last treatment was last month. But I am back and feeling better every day. I do want to say that it has been a profound honor for Downtown Streets Team and me to pursue a better future for 550 team members in 16 communities throughout Northern California, and especially in my children's hometown of Palo Alto for these last 16 years. DST has gone from a nascent startup on my kitchen table to a group of mostly young do-gooders to a still evolving but quite sophisticated professional organization. Even as I stand with immense pride in what we are today, matters related to workforce culture by former employees stand out as something I formally want to address. We regret, and I personally regret, any employee having any unsatisfactory or upsetting experience while working for DST. Both management and the board were very concerned when these issues were raised and remain deeply committed to providing a workplace environment that represents the same excellence that we seek in terms of our outcomes for our team members. As these allegations surfaced, the DST board immediately hired an experienced independent investigator who conducted a full impartial investigation. Every staff member, including myself in the organization, was instructed instructed to cooperate fully with the investigation and willingly did so, along with all of the former employees. The resulting report was conveyed to our board in June of 2019. The results, it looks like I'm out of time. I would just
Please go ahead and finish.
Okay, thank you very much, Mayor. The results sustained some experiences with a party culture and verbal interactions around that time period that failed to meet our standards. The majority of the claims regarding favoritism, unequal pay, promotions, and some personal experiences were not sustained. Due to the promised confidentiality of independent investigators, we have not and cannot share this report. But what we can share is that DST and I personally have embraced this experience and the findings of the report as opportunities to grow, improve, and evolve into a stronger organization. I genuinely apologize to the former employees, to our partners, and to our supporters for the blemish these incidents left on our incredible organization and purpose. The pain, concern, and distraction this has caused has redoubled my passion and commitment for this cause, the cause of my life. We have become more intentional and more professional in our management systems, our personnel training, and our workplace culture. As part of that effort to share our journey on this matter, we have compiled a number of documents that illustrate our evolution as an organization and are dedicated to best practices and continued improvement. Should you have additional questions or would like to see these documents, please do not hesitate to reach out to me at eileen@streetsteam.org. Thank you for being part of our mission and purpose as we serve those in need, as we strive to strengthen the Palo Alto community.
Thank you, Eileen. Our next speaker is Winter Dellenbach, to be followed by our final speaker, John Norman. Winter, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
It was stated in the VA's first May 7th notice about the Matadero Creek spill that there was a, quote, minimal risk in the fuel breaking its 600-foot containment area upstream. Yet a couple days ago, spill containment booms were installed way downstream in the Bowl Park segment of the creek. This certainly belies the VA's assurance of May 7th that there was little for Palo Altans to worry about. The implications of this are sobering, that a city park is contaminated by a toxic fuel spill. We are now told that the cleanup will take months, while not yet knowing what that will entail. I was happy to see some early water testing data and testing location map in the latest creek update Friday, but it raised many questions that remain unanswered with no way to get them addressed. That in part is why tonight I call upon the Parks and Rec Commission and the Stormwater Management Oversight Committee to now take a role in this situation. One question I have here from the update Friday night is a statement made in the narrative report. It said data was collected immediately after the spill upstream as a control point of reference. Yet the first water testing data in that update wasn't done until 4 days after the spill, hardly immediate. Was there testing done that wasn't provided to the public in this update? If so, provide it now. Or in fact, was this data not collected immediately, but 4 days after the spill? Both things cannot be true at the same time. This is why we need more oversight, Parks and Rec, stormwater management, public hearings, and oversight. Thank you.
Thank you, Winter. And our final speaker is John Norman. John, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
If we need to bring segregation between whites and blacks, it is now becoming a problem with the BLM, where there's more Black people getting an advantage over Asians or white. I think it needs to be equal. And I think there needs to be segregation, so it's not equal.
Thank you, John. Mayor Du Bois, there's no further speakers.
Maybe I'll try unmuting myself. All right, we're on minutes approval and entertaining motions for the minutes.
So moved.
And I'll second. See any hands? So we're voting on minutes. Vice Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack, sorry, I didn't hear you, Councilmember Cormack. Looks like we lost.
Looks like we lost Councilmember Cormack.
Okay, Councilmember Filsa,
Yes.
I vote yes. Councilmember Koo,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
and Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
And that's 6-0 with Councilmember Cormack absent. Hopefully she'll reconnect. And move on to the consent calendar. Taking motions and no votes. Councilmember Koo.
Yes, I'd like to register a no vote on number 3 and number 10.
Okay, Councilmember Tanaka.
Sorry, no vote number 3.
Okay, Councilmember Cormack.
Hi, I was moved to an attendee during the minutes approval, and now I'm unable to show my video. It says the host has stopped it. So,
Okay, hopefully we can
okay.
fix that. Would you like to vote on the minutes first?
yes, I will vote yes on the minutes. And are we now? Yes, okay. I think I'm back.
Do you have anything on consent?
No, I was just trying to rejoin. Thank you.
No problem. I'm going to register a no vote on item number 9. And I'll go ahead and move the consent calendar.
I'll second.
Okay, let's vote on consent. Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
I'm sorry, let's go to the public first to take public comment, then we'll come back and vote.
Any members of the public that wish to speak to an item that is on the consent calendar, please raise your hand at this time. You will have 2 minutes. Our first speaker is Roland LeBrun, to be followed by Jeremy Ehrman and then Angie Evans. Roland, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Very briefly, could someone please enable closed captioning in Zoom? Be much appreciated. The only other comment I had is I was about to cite you with a violation of Government Code Section 54954.3 for failing to take a public comment before going to vote on consent. Thank you.
Thank you, Roland. Our next speaker is Jeremy Ehrman, to be followed by Angie Evans and then Carol Scott. Jeremy, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to speak to item number 7, which is the rent forgiveness program for city tenants. This is something which I generally approve of and I'm in favor of, especially for the city's nonprofits, but I'm troubled that under the circumstances, it's also quite hypocritical. If you look at last year, the city was talking about evicting tenants from Coverly and splitting the community center. There's the documents about this program that you want to do talk about eviction moratoriums and supporting tenants, but a year ago, you were not supporting them. You were throwing them out if they happen to be on the wrong side of Coverly. and the decisions you made as to who to keep and who to either evict or move to another property was not based on financial considerations, or it was just fairly arbitrary. At one point, the city kept a building because it was used by a tenant on both the city side and the school district sides. The city wanted to be nice to them and help them out. You kept rooms that were connected to the gym because you wanted to keep the gym. However, you kept the theater, but then gave the dressing rooms to the school district. So I find it really disingenuous to turn around a year later and say, oh, well, let's forgive rent for tenants that we allowed to stay with the city. They're okay. And so this really kind of bothers me. I really urge you to, if you're going to look at city tenants and city properties and city programs, I think you need to relook at Coverly again and address this issue, because it was really poorly handled. And also set aside some money to be used to apparently to restore city services, but you're now talking about using some of that money for this rent relief program, which is laudable, but that wasn't the original intent. So I really think there's a lot of hypocrisy here, and I'm really kind of disturbed about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. Our next speaker is Angie Evans, to be followed by our final speaker, Carol Scott. Angie, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. So my name is Angie Evans. I live in the Crescent Park neighborhood. Tonight, I am speaking on behalf of Palo Alto Forward. So I first want to thank the council for making our business districts a priority over this pandemic. I think many of us can say how much we loved having California Avenue and University Avenue closed to vehicle traffic. It was a real highlight in an otherwise really hard year for a lot of us. I want to say that we understand as an organization that the city of Palo Alto has to reevaluate this initiative as communities are starting to reopen. But we hope that you would extend the closure of both of these streets indefinitely to preserve the vibrancy of our downtown business districts. By transforming our public spaces, we can support, and we have been supporting, small businesses at a really critical time and allowing residents of all ages and abilities to better utilize our downtowns. My daughter has played in the middle of California Avenue for the first time, and it was amazing, and she loved it, and she got to dance. While many of us are embracing a post-COVID climate, we recognize that thousands of children under age 12 in Palo Alto are still unable to get vaccinated. So the notion that we should completely open the streets up and squish back onto the sidewalks because we are in some sort of post-pandemic period is a little bit skewed and doesn't take into account all of the families who live here with young children who cannot get vaccinated. So we know there have been trade-offs in the Open Streets Initiative, but we hope that the city of Palo Alto will weigh those benefits and find a compromise that allows our retail and restaurants to thrive and our community members to really be comfortable and be able to embrace our downtown areas. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Angie. And as announced earlier, Carol Scott is our final speaker. Carol, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Carol Scott, and I'm a resident of Evergreen Park. I would also like to speak against item number 9. This is the ordinance that will allow the city manager to continue to plan for the temporary closing and possible reopening of California Avenue and University Avenue. The reason for my objection is because under the stakeholder engagement paragraph, it states that the city manager will meet only with the business community. This fails to consider the aspects of California Avenue closure that impact the adjacent residential areas. Regardless of what the business wants to do or the city wants to do in terms of closing or opening the street, it will have an impact on the neighbors in terms of traffic, in terms of safety, and in terms of air pollution. And I feel that it is very unfair to consult only the business community when those decisions will also impact the residents. So unless that paragraph gets changed to include one of the most important stakeholders in this process, I would like you to vote against that item. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Mayor Du Bois, there's no further speakers.
Okay, thank you. So now let's vote on the consent calendar. Councilmember Cormac,
Yes.
Councilmember Filsa,
Yes.
I vote yes. Councilmember Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
and Vice Mayor Byrd.
Yes.
Okay, Councilmember Ku, would you like to speak to your no votes?
Question first, is it too late for me to change my no vote, one of my yes votes to a no vote?
I believe we're still on the item. I think you can change it.
Then I'd like to register a no vote on 9 as well, after hearing what Ms. Scott said.
Okay, can you go ahead and speak to your no votes?
Yes, for number 3, which is approval of a contract to underground District 46. That's something that I think that is a project that we should be deferring at this time. For item number 9, I thought the original October date to keep the outdoor dining was a sufficient time. And also the fact that we're really not evaluating parking in the neighborhoods and not taking that into consideration. And more of a robust program and meeting, community engagement with the neighbors is problematic. And number 10, during the pandemic, the emergency permit, the ordinance that Santa Clara County Health orders allowed construction at a very early time. And for those permit holders who had their permits approved and entitled, they could have very well gone ahead with their development. So I don't see why we should be extending it again. Hence my no vote. Thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Well, I really do support undergrounding of utilities. I think the reality is right now we're facing really big budget challenges. We're talking about layoffs, we're talking about cutting back services. It's very, very challenging times. And I think there's some infrastructure that we can defer without having a big impact on our residents. So I think that's a more appropriate course of action. We're spending way over $1 million on 8 properties, which works out to be about $141,000 per property. So that's quite a bit of money just to change the utilities. And worse, we're gonna have to reduce our operating reserves by $500,000. So it just doesn't seem to make sense to be doing this right now.
Okay, I'm gonna speak to my vote on item 9. I'm voting no, which is consistent with the position I've taken on extending past the end of the emergency. I know this item is going to come back to us for discussion, but I just wanted to register my no vote. We haven't made the required findings that the roadways are no longer needed. And while I know the restaurants and diners really like the additional space, I'm concerned about other businesses, particularly given some of the data we're starting to see for stores that have multiple locations in other cities that are recovering very strongly, but not in Palo Alto. And, I'm also concerned about use of the public property and the public right of way. And then I also wanted to point out a letter from a resident about Centennial Walk, which is part of a PC that said that space would be public space for pedestrians and not used privately. Okay, so that ends the consent calendar. Let's go to city manager comments.
Thank you, Mayor. Let's see, get the slides going here. Members of the council and community. Next slide, please. This is Nelly, thank you. All right, so just a few updates, although actually several of the items have been mentioned, so I'll be brief here. Just in terms of our pandemic recovery issues, a number of dimensions here noted. Vaccine access continues to be a repeated message that we want to get out to any segments of the community that have not yet taken advantage of the ability to get vaccines through the county's website, sccfreevax.org. Additional information and details available. Testing also continuing. through this month at Coverly Pavilion, as well as we'll have some additional information on the testing here at City Hall coming with the county. Let's see, also Cal OSHA, just a notable update that council members and community members may have seen picked up on the media. The city, as with all employers throughout the state, is monitoring closely the rulings coming out of Cal OSHA, notably affecting the status of whether it be unclear vaccination status or interactions at work sites that could affect our operations. So we'll provide additional information as soon as we have any that might affect city operations. Then finally, just note that late last week, the governor's office did release a statement to cities and counties recognizing the interest and concerns that exist regarding the potential sunset of the governor's executive order affecting Brown Act meetings, public meetings, and communicating that it will commit, or their office is committing to a smooth transition. So we'll expect that June 15th will not result in immediate change to requirements as it relates to public meetings. Next slide, please. Okay, then in terms of June is also a really busy month for upcoming events. So I'll hit a few in succession here. Note that this coming Saturday is Palo Alto Summit on women and girls, for women and girls, also for men and boys, and all non-binary perspectives as well. So that said, this Saturday morning will be the summit, and including among the speakers, or included among the speakers, will be our own council members Cormac and Koo, as well as keynote speaker Laura Nishiura McKenzie from Stanford University. And really looks to be a very interesting and hopefully, I'm sure, inspiring summit. So invite all members of the community and the council to participate. I will be watching. Next slide, please. Also this week, as was noted by members of the community, we have our city, thanks to Councilmember Koo, will be hosting SFO staff, San Francisco International Airport staff, providing a community briefing on the ground-based augmentation system, GBAS. Our homepage has additional information and the Zoom link. Next slide, please. And in addition to weekdays and Saturday coming, if, as noted earlier, your weekends, looking for a place to be, University Avenue and California Avenue on Saturday and Sundays will definitely be a place for World Music Month, continuing throughout this month, working with the Palo Alto Recreation Foundation and our own Community Services Department, along with the Chamber of Commerce. Next slide, please. Then, not to be outdone, another event which will hopefully not take the entire month of June, but one that we are tracking closely, the lumbering giant of the last bridge section, which is working its way through California. Last report, it remains in the Central Valley, and really, as a consequence, a recognition of the routing that is necessary due to the size of this structure, as well as the transportation required, escorts, and apparently some perhaps unexpected, but also increasing traffic congestion along the route. We are currently planning for this weekend, Saturday evening to Sunday morning, as the target for installation. So we will provide additional information should any changes be necessary. Next slide, please. And related to our bicycling programs and interest in the community, good news, perhaps the bike bridge being an indication or simply a small facet of the larger community focus and success around being a bicycle-friendly community. the League of American Bicyclists has honored Palo Alto in being one of, it's not listed here, I believe it's 37 gold level communities, either new or renewing, as a recognition of the community's efforts among communities across the nation in supporting cycling in a variety of dimensions. So really want to acknowledge the work of our own transportation staff as well as community members to ensure we continue to no pun intended, raise the bar on our cycling efforts, and look forward to what's next. Next slide, please. And then finally, speaking of what's next, upcoming council agendas over the course of the next few weeks through the end of June, leading to the council's July recess. Next week, we have most of the evening dedicated to the North Ventura Coordinated Area Plan and Fry site issues, and we'll lead off with update and a recommended contract amendment with the Office of Independent Review, our independent police auditor. Then the following week on the 21st, we have two meetings, Monday the 21st and Tuesday the 22nd. Monday with the budget actions, final approval, and then on the 22nd, potential changes to the emergency proclamation, as has been noted earlier. Tonight's consent calendar ordinance that received its first reading is a precursor, does not presume what will occur, but has been necessary in order to ensure that council's action, should there be a change to the declaration of emergency, does allow the use of public spaces to be reinforced or formalized, such to not create any gap in regulatory approval for those uses of public space. And finally, an agreement for installation of electric vehicle superchargers at the Bryant Street Garage. Again, items to close out your fiscal year. And I believe that's the last slide. Thank you, Mayor and council members.
Thank you. So I'm going to suggest we get through item 11, and we'll take our break after that item. So let's go ahead and start with the staff on the Business Improvement District.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm David Ramberg with the Administrative Services Department. Tonight, council is asked to hold the formal public hearing and adopt a resolution for the suspension of the Downtown Business Improvement District assessment for fiscal year 2022, which council preliminarily approved on May 17th, pending tonight's public hearing. As a reminder, the council also suspended the bid assessment for fiscal year 2021 in June of last year. And that's really the essence of this item here tonight, and available for any questions, and thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So let's go ahead and open the public hearing and see if there are any public comments.
Any members of the public that wish to speak to this item, please raise your hand at this time. And this is the public hearing adoption of a resolution to suspend the assessments for the Downtown Business Improvement District. Mayor Du Bois, there's no speaker hands raised.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close the public hearing. Bring it back to council for questions, comments, and motions. Councilmember Cormack.
If the mayor's ready, you did say motions. Happy to move approval of adopting the resolution temporarily suspending the levy of assessments for fiscal year 2022.
I will second that.
All right, I don't have much to say. Thank you to staff for outlining the situation, and that, you know, the minor expenses that remain have sufficient funding, that the data will be collected, and that we'll spend this year having staff work with the Padva, I don't even know how to pronounce that, on setting up for next year. The only thing I'll just note is that on the second page of the ordinance, I think we still have the June 1st dates, which staff might want to update.
Yeah, just real quickly to speak to my second, echo everything that Councilmember Cormack just said. I did have one short question. On packet page 282, it mentions that we're going to continue to register people for the business registry without fees. And I just wanted to clarify that, is it true that we're not charging fees if they register on time, but we will charge if they are late?
That's correct. For the business registry, that was council's direction, and that's how we are implementing it. We have pushed out the due date to July 15th. And then if registered by that time, there will be no fees. After that, there will be the $50 fee that would apply, and then late fees kick in on August 15th.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. Vice Mayor Burke.
Yes, just a question. One of the more valuable functions of the bid in last number of years was a summer concert series in the downtown areas. Some were at midday, but the evening concerts either at City Hall Plaza or Lytton Plaza were pretty big, valuable events. We certainly didn't have them last year, but given that just all of our efforts to try to bring people back to normal this summer, is there any thought about how those might be reenacted, if not through the bid?
That's not something I have information on here tonight, but certainly look to any other staff that may be available on that item, or we can certainly get back to you.
Okay. Yeah, one of the, if possible, even as we discuss the budget tonight, that might be valuable to know. It was, however, they were managed by the bid itself, so we never had a direct staff role in the management of them. But yes, maybe later in the agenda, we could get that under item 14.
Okay, not seeing any other hands. I'm going to suggest we go ahead and vote on this item. Starting with myself, I will vote yes. Councilmember Filsa?
Yes.
Councilmember Koo?
Yes.
Councilmember Stone?
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt?
Yes.
And Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Okay, so that passes on a 7-0. So we're sitting here at 5:50. Our next item was scheduled to start at 6 o'clock, but let's go ahead and take a longer break now, and then we may just try to power through the rest of the agenda. So let's come back in 15 minutes at 6:05. Okay, council members, if you're there, please turn your camera on. Okay, it looks like we have a quorum. Let's go ahead and proceed with item number 12, which is a proposed ordinance for medical office at 855 El Camino Real. Does staff have a presentation?
Yes, Rachel Tanner here, Assistant Director of Planning and Development Services. I'll be sharing my screen and the presentation. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Glad to be here to speak with you. Also supported by Jonathan Late, the Director of Planning and Development Services, and Sam Gutierrez, Staff Planner, who authored the report and has been processing this application. We're talking tonight about Town and Country Village, a zoning code text amendment, and this is the second time the council has heard this item. The first time was back in March. This is a location map showing the location of Town and Country at 855 El Camino Real. I'm sure many of you are familiar with the shopping center. And this is a summary of the project as proposed by the applicant. The applicant sought legislative approval to replace ground floor retail and retail-like uses with medical uses within the shopping center. On March 22nd, council declined the medical office use, but did support a retail health concept and gave direction to engage the PTC on developing this new retail health definition, establishing a 2-year limit to execute any leases, and asked that we return to council prior to the summer recess. Just going to review a few highlights of the proposed recommendation from the PTC. The PTC recommends that the new retail health definition exclude convalescence, use of general anesthesia, emergency services, or urgent care. This is really an effort to ensure that general medical office uses don't relocate here where we want retail health. And these are some of the items that were part of medical office use identified as specific services that PTC said, let's make sure the uses that are under retail health don't require these types of services or don't provide them. The second one is to limit the retail health to 10% of the existing ground floor area at Town and Country Village, which is about 15,000 square feet. Happy to go into more detail about the percentages and also just the amount of square footage that would be part of the retail health or eligible for retail health uses. Third, the PTC recommends that no retail health uses are directly facing El Camino Real or Embarcadero Road. Fourth, minimum retail health services and uses should have 750 square feet or 20% of the space dedicated to retail sales and displays. And this is to try to ensure that the retail health uses do have a mix of retail and services being provided. And so again, providing that great experience for those walking by, for folks visiting, and really helping to enhance the retail environment of Town and Country. 5, they request that the retail health uses have transparent storefront glazing or retail displays to a minimum of 3 feet depth. Again, really wanting to make sure that these are active ground floors that have something engaging and don't feel like a dead space as folks are enjoying the shopping center. 6, they support restrictions to establish tenant leases by December 31st, 2023. So that's about a year and a half from now, or I guess instead of saying just 2 years, they wanted to put a specific date on when that would end, so that it would be clear to everyone who's reading the ordinance and who's administering it exactly by when those leases would need to be executed. And so it may be a little more than 2 years, but still trying to think about when this would actually become an ordinance and making sure that it's just clear to everyone when it ends. Lastly, the PTC recommends to council to further study this application of the retail health definition to other areas of the city. As currently drafted, the ordinance only applies to Town and Country Village, and some members of the PTC thought that this would be possibly a good definition, a good use elsewhere within the city. There were some folks who on the PTC who did not support it. So 4 members supported this and 3 were opposed to the recommendation. Some of the reasons for the dissenting votes were thinking that retail may recover and perhaps that retail and retail-like uses should be preserved. Uncertainty regarding just kind of what types of uses, what types of businesses would be occupying these spaces, and not certain if that would be helpful or harmful to the retail environment. Some folks wanted greater specificity about what types of uses might be allowed or not allowed in the retail health. And there was some interest among a few people to form an ad hoc committee to possibly further refine the definition. We do want to note that the applicant did provide a letter in the staff report that was in the packet, and they did request one change, which is that instead of disallowing urgent care overall, that if urgent care is associated with a primary care use, that urgent care services would be allowed within the shopping center. Some of the considerations that council might take into account today are the draft ordinance, could be adopted as recommended, and it includes the changes that the PTC has suggested, which I just reviewed. The continuation of retail health uses within Town and Country after the leases have ended might be something the council wants to delve deeper into. Again, what the PTC has recommended is that after the 2-year period, any space that has been leased for retail health use could be used by another retail health user in the future. So let's say December 2023, it's a retail health use. 5 years later, a different retail health user wants to rent that specific space, that retail health could locate there. However, in 5 years, if another space wants to be occupied by a retail health user, that would not be allowed because it has gone past that timeline of when the lease must be executed for that first retail health use. The applicant also suggests that they have amendments to the definition and the council can consider that. And lastly, expansion of retail uses beyond Town and Country, the council can consider if that could be part of the retail recovery work that the council's already referred to the PTC to look at what types of uses and what types of retail definitions we should have in the city of Palo Alto. So the recommended motion is to find the ordinance exempt from CEQA, to adopt the ordinance as attached, creating a retail health definition, and provide staff direction on whether to study expansion of retail health uses to other shopping centers or commercial districts. Alternatively, the council could approve a modified ordinance, or council might deny the applicant's request for a legislative zoning code amendment and just say, we don't want to have retail health or medical office uses at the ground floor here. Or the council could remand the ordinance back to the PTC with specific direction on how the PTC should continue to process this application. So that concludes my presentation, and I'm available for questions.
Great, okay, thank you. I just want to clarify, this is a proposed ordinance. This isn't a application, like the development application, correct?
It is in response to this specific location. So it was an application from Town and Country to have a text amendment, but are you asking if there's construction related to it?
I'm really asking Molly, our procedures, we have an applicant, they get 10 minutes to talk, but this is a proposed ordinance change.
It is legislative in nature, but we've just been chatting, and apparently this is an application, and the property owner has been paying planning fees for the processing and consideration of this. So it's appropriate to treat them as an applicant for this item.
Okay, so I guess we'll go to the applicant next, and then we'll go to the public.
Yes, please.
So I see this. Yep, Mr. Rubinson.
Yeah, so someone has stopped my video, so there we go. Thank you. All right, let me share my screen here, and I'll try to be brief. I know this is not all new to you, so I won't get into any of the details that we've gone to in the past, but Good evening. Thank you, members of the City Council and staff. Thank you for your time. My name is Dean Rubenson. I'm the Director of Development for Ellis Partners. And I wanted to quickly just run you through some of the history of this application. It began with discussions with staff September of last year. We submitted the application in November for the zoning change to give us some flexibility with retail leasing. PTC first heard the item in February and made a recommendation to council. We last were with you in March, and you reverted this back to PTC, primarily so that they could develop a definition somewhere between retail and medical office, called now retail health. PTC, as Rachel went through, discussed this on May 12th, made some additional changes and recommendations, and here we are tonight, hopefully with some closure for this long and important process. At the PTC hearing in May, we had four reps of our tenants. I didn't have them come tonight because they waited over 2 hours to be heard at the last meeting, and I didn't want to put them through that again, not knowing how quickly they'd be heard. But as was in the staff report, I just pulled out a few of the quotes just to make sure that the voices that they offered at the PTC were heard tonight. They all felt that Town and Country was flexible as a landlord throughout COVID in terms of giving assistance, and they felt that the retail health use would be appropriate, would help increase foot traffic, help fill vacancies, and would benefit the center, and that the landlord would exercise appropriate judgment in selecting the users. So this was Fillmore and Fifth, Kirk Steak Burgers, Books Inc., and Gott's. The current situation at Town and Country remains dire. The vacancy, while there are some movements, a couple of percent here and there, we're still over 20% vacant on the retail. Shown here, that's over 32,000 feet. The decline in retail sales began in 2017, and the increase in vacancy began at around that same time. We believe that the majority of our vacancy is a result of this, the decline that began at that time, which we attribute largely to the e-commerce growth in the retail sector. The decline began in retail sales up to 6% by 2019, and then obviously went through the roof last year during COVID. The vacancy paralleled that same trajectory with an increase from 2% to 6.4% pre-COVID and a spike during COVID. While we believe that online sales will no longer have the same dominance that it had last year, we believe that patterns that were developed last year will remain, and that the e-commerce growth will continue from here well past COVID. Nationally, retail sales overall had a very modest increase from 2018 to today, about 3.5% per year, while the online retail sales component has dramatically increased year over year, 15% from 18 to 19 and 32% from 19 to 20. The component of our vacancy that's the most dramatic is former apparel spaces, furniture spaces, and other home goods spaces, which have most significantly been impacted by e-commerce. Trader Joe's and CVS, as well as our food providers, have been limited in the impact. So we think that that component and that category analysis further indicates that e-commerce has been the primary source of our degrading sales and vacancy, and we believe that the situation is not going to improve after COVID. The good news, though, is that there is a growing sector within the retail world. We've discussed it with you before. This retail health retail component is thriving. And there's great interest from these users listed here at Town and Country. And that's why we're here tonight, in order to be able to say yes, hopefully, in the near term to some of these potential tenants. We believe that these tenants are a completely different type of medical provider than the orthodontist or podiatrist that we all grew up going to. These are tenants that have thrived and have been invented for synergy within retail centers. They are attractive to walk by, attractive to be in. They are, many of them have a retail component by nature, and we believe that they will create incredible synergies with the struggling retailers at Town and Country. Nationally, 70% of US adults visited a healthcare provider at a shopping center last year. Mostly were to primary care, urgent care, and diagnostic care. Over 40% of those who visit healthcare providers at a shopping center now shop there more often, and about 74% shopped at other retail tenants during their visit to that healthcare provider. We believe that these facts from ICSC of a couple of months ago stand behind what we believe to be the case. If you are able to give us some flexibility, we believe that a nominal amount of retail health use and tenancy at Town and Country will do a lot to increase foot traffic for the shopping center. We believe that the changes that have been requested by staff and the PTC and the council to our original application, while challenging for us, are understandable and acceptable. We came in initially with about a 20% request and are now at 10% of our ground floor, which we find to be acceptable. The restrictions applied by council of the retail health definition, with one minor change, we also find to be acceptable. The changes and requests related to the locations on El Camino and Embarcadero and the limitation to 5,000 square foot max, as well as a reception area of 15% and storefront transparency requirements, are understandable and acceptable. And further, the PTC changes in the emergency services use, or eliminating emergency service care with one minor clarification, is understandable and acceptable. And the request that the front area have a retail sales component is also acceptable. So the only change that we are hoping that you will consider tonight would be to allow us that if we had a primary care tenant that had a component of its services be urgent care, we be permitted to allow them into the shopping center. This would not be an urgent care standalone, would not be an services facility. It would just give us a little bit of flexibility to allow us some of the many tenants who are in the primary care space to come to Town and Country. If allowed, this is approximately what the site would look like if that 10%, this is just a visual representation of 10% and the 20% in red of the front of house retail sales area. And lastly, we wanted to clarify again that the impacts to potential sales tax revenue are very, very modest if we were allowed to make this change. A maximum of $39,000 a year, less than 0.5% of citywide sales tax would be potentially impacted. And we believe that the foot traffic that this use would create, not only would it benefit the users in terms of allowing them to remain and avoid further spiraling vacancies, we believe that the additional sales tax that they would drive with the adjacent would more than offset the $39,000 in annual sales tax that they could potentially reduce within those spaces. I thank you for your time. We feel like we've been flexible. We've certainly been patient. We understand this is an important decision, and we're glad that the discourse has happened and our situation has not improved, even with the reduction of the COVID impacts. And we ask for your understanding and flexibility this evening that we be missing within this category and all of the associated restrictions in the very near term. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, thank you. Let's hear from members of the public.
Any members of the public that wish to speak to this item, adoption of an ordinance to allow some ground floor medical office at 855 El Camino, please raise your hand at this time. At this time, we have a couple of speakers. Our first speaker is Hamilton Hitchings, to be followed by phone caller 002, and then Jeff Levinsky. We will take speakers for another 2 minutes. Hamilton, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hello. Our family loves Town and Country. It's one of, if not the best retail center in the city. It's sandwiched between Pali, which gives it a lot of lunch traffic, and Palo Alto Medical Foundation, which also gets a lot of traffic from there as well. So I think it's important it does stay financially viable. On the other hand, allowing dentists and ground floor health retail basically provides an upzoning which crowds out regular. And while Town and Country is big enough that you could probably give a small percentage of it and not have it destroy the overall feeling, for a lot of the other retail centers like Edgewood or Midtown, I would strongly oppose it. For this, the only reason I could get behind it is if you did limit it to 10%. But what I wonder is, what about all the upstairs? You know, I know at least one of those buildings has upstairs retail. They are allowed to use upstairs for other things. I went there for United Ticket Office. You know, putting in the medical facilities upstairs, I think, is less obtrusive. And they could even expand some of the upstairs as well. I really worry about their proposed change to allow urgent care, because when I looked at the companies they were listing, those didn't seem to require urgent care. And I'd really want to understand what that urgent care was for. I think I would probe very deeply on why that is required and lean against it. So those are my comments, but definitely please do not allow more than 10%. And even then, try and be restrictive on the uses. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Hamilton. Our next speaker is Terry Holzheimer, to be followed by Jeff Levinsky. Terry, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I also would like to announce my opposition to this ordinance. I think, you know, at this point in time, Town and Country, and I'll just give you a personal perspective. I've been over there several times in the last few weeks, and I can hardly find, not only there's a ton of foot traffic, plus there's no place for hardly a vehicle to park. I have had a lot of people say to me also that there's a lot of activity at Town and Country recently. And I think that it's too early to make this kind of a change coming out of COVID. I think it's better to wait and give it another year and see what the impacts are and see if these vacancies continue. I think that coming out of COVID, people are anxious to get out of their homes, not only to visit restaurants, but to see retail stores. And I think having the right mix of retail, clothing stores or whatever, combined with bookstores and other needs that people have in a community, restaurants or whatever, I think creates a sort of place. And so people want to come there. And I would encourage you to give this more time and not make an ordinance at this time. So thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Our next speaker is Jeff Levinsky, to be followed by our final speaker, Rebecca Sanders. Jeff, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, good evening, council members. As Terry says, I too shop and bank and use restaurants at Town and Country a lot, and it is very crowded nowadays. So the applicant is saying it's not, but if you go there and look, it's often packed. I sent the council some pictures. And for many residents, their closest shopping area, Pali and Castellea students go there in droves. It's a little crossroads of our city. It's across the street from the largest employer in town. It's kitty corner from a football stadium. And at the right rent, what retailer wouldn't want to be there? And so I have a question. What are the rents that are being asked of people? That's not in the staff report and it's not in the owner's presentation. Are the rents set at the right level to fill those vacancies? Do we need to change the definition of what can be there? The owner says that e-commerce sales is causing vacancies. Well, shouldn't that happen across the city? Why are we talking about only doing this in one place? Why aren't we making this change citywide? And in particular, we're creating a monopoly situation where this new kind of health retail will only be able to be in one specific area. So guess what? They'll have to pay higher rents, and the people who own office and other retail space in town will lose. So I think those issues should be addressed in your discussion tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. And our final speaker is Rebecca Sanders. Rebecca, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, good evening, council members. I just want to align myself with those speakers who, who think that we should retain retail there as much as possible. We're coming out of this pandemic. It seems kind of odd to start mixing around with the zoning codes at a retail place right when everyone wants to get out and, party again. So, I don't see any reason to grant this, and I agree with Jeff Levinsky that it treats this owner with special privileges, but I don't really want to see medical offices allowed generally in retails. I think it tends to retail areas. It tends to add to retail deserts. People at the Ventura Neighborhood Association on Sunday were very concerned. I noticed that you probably may have heard from residents from whom you don't usually hear in your emails and packets and things like that. So I'm hoping that the number of new voices that addressed council via email this time will let you know that there are a lot of people out here, and particularly in Ventura, that like to shop over in Town and Country. Even though it's not totally cheap over there, it's a lot less expensive than, say, Stanford Mall, which is where a lot of us are priced out of. So anyway, please, I agree with previous speakers, and I would just like to see no medical allowed on the ground floor at all. Thank you so much, and thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Mayor Du Bois, that's our final speaker.
Okay, thank you. Let's come back to council for questions, comments, and motions. Happy to go to motions this round. We have a pretty full agenda. Who would like to start? Vice Mayor Burke.
Yeah, I have some questions first. So quickly to Mr. Rubinson, can you clarify on the occupancy rate? Does that include the 3 new restaurants that were just announced that are coming in?
They just were leased a few weeks ago and are not accounted for on that slide. It'll be another 6 months or so before they actually occupy. So I think that drops it from like 21% to 18% or so. If you want the exact figures, I can give that to you without those factored in.
Yeah, if you can update that figure, that would be helpful. And then to our staff, as I read through the exact wording of the proposed ordinance and compared it to the guidance that the council had given, I had some questions. So we had really asked that it not be a medical office, but instead be a health retail. And first, maybe this is just a semantical issue, but it says retail health means a medical office that is such and such. And so it's been categorized as a form of medical office rather than a form of retail. Is there any reason why it's framed that way?
That's a great question, Vice Mayor Burt. Part of it is just how to and where to place the definitions in the code so that it becomes a way to be clear about what it's related to. And so this would be under medical office from a code perspective in terms of category and definition. So where it lives is near there. But again, trying to distinguish what is different about these types of retail health uses from that medical office use to ensure that, well, first and foremost, that somebody who's operating today as a medical office doesn't suddenly become a retail health. We don't want that because they have been processed and have been issued their permits for medical office use. And we want to make that very distinct. So we're just trying to make sure that the code remains clear and it's easy for folks to find the related definitions, even if, you know, while a retail health may be a form of medical office, a medical office is not a retail health. And so we want to make sure that this is pretty narrow and specific of what can be retail health uses.
I hear you. I'm just still struggling with whether it shouldn't be defined as a form of retail rather than defined as a form of medical office. So I also see the section on the mandatory minimum retail storefront or retail sales area. So the language says or, and so under that wording, it needn't have a storefront facing the outward face of the establishment. Is that correct?
So the idea was to try to make sure that there is either kind of like a window display, like you might see in some retailers that may not have the depth beyond the 3 feet, or that there's transparency into the storefront. Council may choose to have both. You maybe want retail displays and transparency, or at least transparency, and the retail display kind of location could be optional, you know, depending on
my question is the way the proposed ordinance is worded, it says either a storefront or a sales area. So that could be a sales area toward the middle or the back of the store and not at the very front. So that's a concern I have.
Yeah.
Was there any discussion about requiring that it be able to have drop-in services, basically a retail that means that it's retail health, but it doesn't require appointments?
We did not, the PCC did not discuss the specific operations of the retailers to that degree, but there was a good deal of discussion. And I should note, Commissioner Stuma is with us if you do want to ask any questions of a PTC member. She's our liaison tonight. The discussions did talk about kind of wanting to have a retail area, which is why there is the idea to have a certain either percentage or square foot that is dedicated to the retail sales area. So having that located in the front certainly is consistent with that conversation. And in particular, I know one commissioner referenced a place that she had frequented that had just that, where it had retail area, but then it also had appointment rooms for those who are having appointments, and you could just come in and buy something, or you might be there for a class or for an appointment and enjoy
my
that.
question is whether the health service would have to include a drop-in availability to make it more retail-like. That doesn't preclude appointments, but I didn't see that in the staff discussion or the PTC.
The PTC did not discuss or recommend that specific type of operation.
Did staff raise that issue at all?
Did staff do what? Raise the issue?
Raise that issue at all?
We did not propose operational standards in that regard.
And then what about on operating hours? A lot of healthcare establishments tend to have more, I don't know, 9 to 5 or whatever hours. Whereas retail establishments and Town and Country Center or other shopping centers that this might apply to have generally broader hours and more into the evening. Was there any consideration of requiring a certain minimum hours that these establishments would have to operate to align with the retail environment?
No, PTC did not propose operating hours for this use.
Okay. And then the size is up to 5,000 square feet. I guess my ballpark is that there's only 2 establishments at Town and Country that are in that neighborhood, Trader Joe's and CVS. So we conceivably would have this new category be amongst have establishments that would be amongst the largest in all of Town and Country. Was that size issue at 5,000 looked at in the context of how large that is for Town and Country establishments?
We did look at the average size of most of the tenant spaces, which I believe are around 2,000 square feet. Mr. Rubinson can correct me if that's wrong. And so that's the average size that we noted. So we did talk about that context. The 5,000 square foot was kind of set as the maximum. So it might be 2 spaces if they join together could equal that amount of square footage.
Right. So my concern is that we could conceivably have a medical retail health service that is equivalent to the largest tenants in the shopping center, as opposed to something much more modest.
Certainly understand that perspective.
I guess I can clarify a couple of those points.
All right. Well, excuse me, just a sec. I'd be glad to ask through the chair for you to respond, but members of the public can't interrupt in the.
Oh, I thought you were looking for clarification, Ms. Tanner. Sorry.
Yeah.
That's fine if you're asking a question. That's right.
Yeah. So, so if Mr. Rubinson would like to add to that, that would be great.
Okay. Yeah, I apologize. The vacancy for your first question with the former Mayfield space factored in is about 18%.
And does that include all 3 of those new restaurants, or just the Mayfield?
Yeah, well, that whole space that was formerly Mayfield is reduces our vacancy from 20.7% to 18%.
But there was an announcement of 3 new restaurants?
That factors in all the leasing to date. There's vacancy and then there's leasing. So the current occupancy is at about 21%. Excuse me, the current unoccupied space is about 21%, and the current unleased space is about 18%.
And that includes, when you go down to 18, it includes all 3 of those new restaurants. Thank you.
That's the latest. And then in terms of size of space, Trader Joe's is about 12,000 feet.
Oh.
CVS is, I think, close to 18,000 feet.
Wow.
And we have several other spaces like GOTS and others that are close to the 5,000 feet.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And then I'll just clarify if I can, one of the public commenters asked about second floor space. We're not able to put any medical office or retail health users on the second floor because of ADA. We don't have elevators. So that's not an option for us.
Okay, thank you. And that's my first cut at questions.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to the staff and the PTC for working on this, and thanks for the applicant for your presentation, and for all the public for your comments and emails. I think it's been a good public debate on this issue. I have a few questions regarding just kind of general vacancy rates across the city. If we have this data at this point, if not, we can go a little broader. What is staff beginning to see vacancy rates declining throughout the city, as far as vacancy rates, of course, referring to retail rates?
Certainly, thank you, Councilmember Stone. We have a little bit of data. Staff are gathering data and calling shopping centers to get a sense of what their vacancy rates are like, to the degree that they're willing to share, and have done some kind of storefront by storefront counting in different areas of the city. It varies from, I would say, Town and Country so far from what we've gathered is certainly at the higher end. We're seeing probably 10% in some parts of downtown, up to 15% reported in some other shopping centers. So I would say from the experience I've had working a little bit of economic development, above 10% or at 10% is not great for a retail area.
Agreed. But as far as trends that we're seeing, are we seeing a general downward trend kind of as we begin to recover from the pandemic?
I wouldn't be able to establish a trend line for you this evening.
Okay. And what about if we go outside of Palo Alto? Do we have data yet as far as trends regionally, statewide?
The trends that I'm aware of, at least as reported by media, are not great for retail generally. So I'm not sure that we're out of it enough to see certainly some signs of hope, I think we're always looking for and seeing, but I don't know that we would say across the board where the trend line is headed just yet.
Okay. So we're too early to really know at this point. And that's helpful. And I think that's consistent with kind of my feelings and a lot of the comments that some of the public brought up tonight as well. So thank you. The question, I felt that the definition of retail health seems to be very broad. I think the language sales, rental, service, or repair of medical products and services, or providing preventative and diagnostic procedures and other health-related procedures, not requiring convalescence, general anesthesia, emergency services, or urgent care, but that may include basic patient-oriented laboratory services. That seems very broad. And I'm having a hard time really kind of wrapping my mind around what exactly that would mean in practice. So can staff kind of provide examples of the kinds of use that we might see with the definition as proposed?
Thank you. And this is a great question. It's something that the PTC did wrestle with and kind of, through their debate and discussion came to kind of where they settled in terms of things to exclude from the definition, in part because the PTC wanted to allow for kind of things that we may not know about, different types of medical retail or retail health that we're just not familiar with from our own experiences, but that could still fit the definition in terms of having sales areas, being good for foot traffic, kind of having that retail environment with some of these types of products. So I think the examples that Mr. Rubinson gave were ones that we discussed, the PTC discussed, to try to get a sense of like, well, how would that work? And what would that look like? And part of the reason, for example, not having anesthesia was to try to discourage just like a dental office, for example, or certain types of uses that might have that type of use, and really push it more towards the things that have a really strong retail component integrated into what their business model is. One example we discussed a bit was kind of like an eye doctor. In some ways, eye doctors can be already permitted under retail, so it's not maybe the greatest example, but that's kind of in some ways the idea, a place where there's lots of display area, there's lots of things, you could just walk in and peruse glasses, you don't need to have an appointment to do that, but you also could have an appointment to see the eye doctor to get your measurements, to figure out what lenses you need and get fitted. So that's, I think, a good example. It's not the most cutting edge example, and I think the PTC was challenged to think of like, what are those cutting edge medical uses that they're familiar with.
Thank you for that. So, I mean, just quick follow-up then, because it sounds like, right, we already have 4 eyes at Town and Country. So is that a legal non-conforming use at Town and Country? Would that no longer be allowed as a new retail?
That use is permitted, we believe. We looked into that under the retail. It was permitted as a retail use. Again, because most of the space there is dedicated to retail, the area that's dedicated to exam rooms is quite small in relation to the size of the use.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and I think one of my hopes was that we would really kind of see retail with a medical component. And I find the way that this language is drafted is we're really seeing medical with a slight retail component. And I have a lot of concerns about that, but I see my time is up. I have a few more questions and comments in the next round.
Councilmember Filsa.
Yeah, thanks. So I'm not sure how much I have to add to this definitively, although I kind of agree with Councilmember Stone on this last point. I spent a while this week trying to sift through city sales tax data, trying to understand it in more detail and sort of how Town and Country fit into the big picture too. And I learned a few things, but I wish we had better data. So let me start with that, right? And we used to publish quarterly and annual data on town and country sales tax revenues through about 2017, as well as the shopping center and other areas. But we seem to not do that anymore. And it also seems like the last couple of years that we restated a bunch, so it's hard to pick trends. But generally, it looks to me like over the last decade, city sales tax, the growth drivers have really been, business to business and to some extent restaurants and food. Whereas general retail, and again, the better data a little further back, but it seems to have been more or less flat, neither huge increases or it hasn't cratered completely. So it's hard to draw a lot of conclusions. And, we get into these kind of intergalactic discussions about the tectonic future of global retail, that, shopping malls are going to die and all this kind of stuff. And yet you go down and you say, well, there's a ton of people out here, how does that map? And without data, we don't really know. Okay, so it's hard to draw sweeping conclusions. So that's my first point. Is I wish we had better data. I always wish you had better data. I wish you had better data. Right. To Councilmember Stone's point, we asked PTC to go try to dig in and see if they could come up with a meaningful definition of a kind of a hybrid retail and medical that made sense to enhance retail areas, especially foot traffic retail areas, because a lot of retail in Palo Alto is not in foot traffic areas, right? And it looks like PTC kind of struggled to come up with such a thing. And so it looks like where I was pretty much talking about straight up medical offices, at least as the ordinance is written. And so unless we want to try to define that hybrid ourselves here tonight, looks to me like we're kind of talking about regular medical offices. So I think that's kind of what's going through my mind right now. Thanks.
Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. Could staff please put up slide 8, which has the definition? Other people have had struggles. I will just say that my struggle is understanding the addendum that the applicant is asking for. I don't understand what urgent care associated with the primary care use is. Does staff have an example of what that is?
So my understanding, and Mr. Rubinson, if the council member, if you'd like to hear from him, could elaborate, as this is their proposed amendment. My understanding is that some medical doctors, or let's say the One Medical or Carbon Health that they mentioned, may also provide an urgent care line of business to their patients or to the public. I'm not exactly sure. And so to say that if there is a medical, a doctor's office, let's say that's part of the retail health, that they could also provide those urgent care services. I don't know if it'd be to their patients or if their model is, that someone can just walk in with a bee sting and get help, or kind of what happens. But Mr. Rubinson may know better what that intention is.
Mayor, with your permission, can Mr. Rubinson answer the question about what urgent care associated with primary care use is?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think Ms. Tanner clarified it to some degree. Places like One Medical and Carbon Health have primary care facilities as the majority of their business, or a significant component of their business. They allow walk-ins, like Councilmember Burt mentioned, I believe. They allow appointments, and they also allow, like you said, if you have a bee sting and you're having an allergic reaction, instead of having to go to the ER, you can go there as well. So we just wanted to make a very minor clarification that when we sign a lease with one of these types of tenants, we don't want to have to preclude that person with a bee sting from showing up. And the tenants, since that is a part of their business line, would potentially not assign a lease at Town and Country if that was a precluded component of their services. We're not trying to revert it back to full urgent care, but if it was a component, we'd like to have that ability if you see fit.
Okay, if you and Ms. Tanner could also perhaps answer my next question, which has to do with lab results. Do we expect there to be small labs, running basic tests in these environments?
I think the hope was that maybe folks might get blood drawn at the location, but that maybe that might have to be sent out. Certainly, there's a lot more tabletop lab testing as technology improves. And so I imagine that may be a component. And I think this is part of the definition that the PTC struggled with is when is it a retail, when is it medical, when is it so intertwined that in order to provide the retail service, you need to also have a certain component of the medical facility, medical use available to that particular tenant, and not being able to conceive of all the possible tenants wanting to not be so narrow as to preclude things that wanted to be included.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not opposed to, the small handful of things that, are common that need to happen, but I just wondered about labs. Okay, thank you, Mr. Rubinson. I appreciate the work that's gone into adding a retail component to the front. I do recall the time we talked about it last year and the time we talked about it earlier this year. And, I did understand that it would be a medical office with a retail component. So I think the suggestion that the PTC has brought forth on that makes sense. And I guess I just sort of think about like, well, what are the other things that would be here that people would want to use otherwise? It was interesting to see that apparel and furniture are the things that have been less successful at Town and Country over time. Anecdotally, I guess it looks like those are doing okay at Stanford Shopping Center. But, I can understand why furniture might need a larger space than some of those, very small locations at Town and Country. And I remember when the consignment store was there. And I know people have talked about the menswear that left. But I also know that a lot of men aren't wearing formal clothes anymore. Like, not a comment on my colleagues, just saying that, with the pandemic, people are, and even before that. So, I'm certainly open to moving forward with this. And I think having it at 10% really fits, a minor experiment. And again, I'm open to moving forward with it for the same reason I was before, which is that I've talked with people and they're interested in having these services available. Thanks.
I'll go ahead and jump in and ask some questions. So on the CEQA piece, we got a letter from the public pointing out that there's like 750 square feet used for medical there today, with an optician going to 15,000 square feet. So why is or isn't that a substantial change in use?
Why is the medical office or the retail health not a substantial change in use for the 15,000 square feet?
Under CEQA, yeah, from the current zoning.
Yeah, I'll try my best at this. I would welcome Sam Gutierrez to add his knowledge here as well. But in terms of the environmental impacts or the changes that are happening, the types of impacts or things that occur around a retail health would be similar to the types of things that would occur for a retail restaurant, retail-like uses in terms of people driving or walking or biking there, going inside and patronizing the business. It doesn't have a substantially different kind of impact on an environmental standpoint as the retail uses that are allowed.
So if there was urgent care there, would ambulances go there if the person requested that that's where they go?
I don't believe that urgent care services serve as emergency rooms.
Okay, the example of like the bee sting and you needing urgent care.
Certainly, I don't know if I was thinking of a bee sting with anaphylactic shock going on. That person may want to go to the emergency room. But I think just kind of a minor, let's say, splinter cut. I know things that you don't need an emergency room, but you do need to see it seen right away.
Okay, I think most urgent care centers handle a lot of things that emergency rooms handle. But
I just don't know if they handle, I don't know if they actually receive patients in ambulances.
Yeah.
I don't know that they do that, but I don't know.
If I may add, please, during the PTC discussion, that was a point that they made about the emergency services, and the concern was that an ambulance and then you see gurneys and stretchers going into there, that wouldn't really be compatible at all with a shopping center experience. We have a hospital not too far away from Town and Country, so that's where that exclusionary language came about in the definition to specifically leave out that type of thing. But I think you can imagine perhaps, you have a kid in sports and they might need stitches. Instead of going to the emergency room, they can go see their primary care doctor in one of these types of businesses and just have the stitches done. Something like that is kind of what we were going towards, or the discussion was going towards.
And any comments on the CEQA in terms of whether it's a significant change of use or not?
Yeah, so into the CEQA, it's it doesn't, as the assistant director Rachel Tanner pointed out, it doesn't significantly change the way that the shopping center is functioning, especially when you consider how the parameters around the retail health definition limit the types of uses there. Again, we're not having ambulances show up and other things that would impact the center. It would function similar to the other uses there, and it's a legislative text change. So we're talking about an existing facility. We're not doing a redevelopment there at Town and Country.
I do have to say I am concerned about compatibility of somebody coming in seeking urgent care, with people eating or dining next door. And then I just wanted to clarify, Ms. Tanner said when the windows will have transparent glaze. We mean see-through, right? Not translucent. It will be transparent.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And there was a slide. So I understand we can't have customers going upstairs, but will there be an expansion of back office use for medical upstairs? Is this only the 15,000 square feet on the first floor?
Yes, this is specifically the 15,000 square feet only on the ground floor.
Okay, I thought I saw in the applicant's presentation a slide where they were talking about changes to total office use.
So I think that was in reference to trying to make sure that we were clear around that there are offices on the second floor, and this is for ground floor only, that these 15,000 square feet would be allowed of retail health.
Okay. So again, just real quick, I know I'm out of time. I really saw this as coming to us as kind of some quick reaction for recovery. And I think we're moving beyond that at this point. I think the scope has expanded somewhat. It's taking a lot of staff time, PTC time. And, I'm not convinced it's a good process just to pass this ordinance for one address. And when I think about whether we should update the definition citywide, I don't think it rises to a priority for me compared to other things we have in our work plan. I mean, we have loosened zoning for small medical office in some of the commercial districts already. We've got a lot of emails against having medical here. So I'm kind of leaning to just denying this whole motion and really stopping the work on it. I think, it came to us once and we sent it back to PTC. And again, I'd like to see us start to take some things off of the work plan, not just keep adding to it. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, so I just want to thank staff and the public as well as the PTC for you guys' work on this. I think when we look at Town and Country, we have to kind of root cause what's going on. So I appreciate what Councilmember Phillips was trying to do in terms of do some data analysis. I think that's actually kind of important. One thing I wanted to ask, if it's okay with the mayor, ask the applicant about, I think there's impression that all the retail rents have been held high and we're still charging the same retail rents we did pre-pandemic. And so I was wondering if we could ask Dean to speak a bit about that.
Mr. Rubinson, can you speak to the rents?
Let me see. Jim Ellis, who is, there he is. Jim would probably be more appropriate answer.
Thank you, council members and Dean. We have dropped our rents for the shopping center, obviously, given the circumstances. Dean referenced earlier our program to provide rent relief to our existing tenants, which is ongoing. Our rents that we are discussing with new prospective tenants for the shopping center on a, I'll just say on a real rent basis, or what we in our industry call an effective rent basis, are down about 20 to 25%, if not more.
Okay, thank you for sharing that. I've been actually doing quite a bit of investigation into this idea because I heard quite a bit from a lot of people that saying, oh yeah, our retail rents are sky high, we're not dropping at all. And this is the real reason why we have all these vacancies in our retail areas. And so I've actually been inquiring about that. And I've heard not just Jim talk about rent reductions, but I've heard landlords go as far as zero rent and also giving tenant improvement dollars to secure a tenant and just go up based on percentage rent. That means make money back on a percentage of sales, which is really kind of fronting a lot of the money to kind of fill these spaces. So I've heard pretty dramatic steps that a lot of the landlords in our city have been taking to try to fill these spots. So we've got to think about in terms of economics. There's supply and demand, right? There's the price of the rent. So the price of the rent, as far as I'm hearing, as we heard from Jim and we heard from others, the price of rent has been really flexible, if not at zero, maybe even below zero if you count in tenant improvements. So if it's not the price, right? Because obviously the price is being incredibly flexible at this point. Some properties have been vacant for many years. And so I'd rather get something than nothing. I think we have to also look at the other part of the equation, which is really foot traffic. So foot traffic has actually been pretty tough, not just here, but for a lot of places, a lot of retail areas because of the pandemic, but even before the pandemic started. And so what we have to think about is, okay, if the price is being really flexible, right? The prices of rent have been dropping dramatically. Maybe the problem is that we're not getting sufficient traffic. So what can we do to get traffic in these kind of areas? The reason why I like the retail health idea is, so I take my daughter to get her braces tightened up ever so often, and as a parent, I could sit there in the waiting room and just kind of like read my smartphone, I guess. Or if there's shopping nearby, I'd love to do some shopping as well, right? So for instance, if my orthodontist was in Town and Country, I could, drop her off, get braces, or get her braces tightened up, or glasses checked, and then pick up something from Trader Joe's, right? So you could do multiple trips all at once. So I think that's kind of like the idea behind it, is you generate this kind of foot traffic that you wouldn't have gotten otherwise. And really, retail really thrives on foot traffic. It really needs that kind of foot traffic. I think as some of you guys know, I've been running a retail analytics company for physical retailers for quite some time, for about a decade now. And there's definitely been a systemic shift from retail that's physical to retail that's online. I think we just have to look at our own personal shopping patterns. I bet you all of you guys are shopping more online now than you did 10 years ago. There's probably no doubt about that. And so there's this big shift that's happening. And the others kind of big shifts. There's a lot more shifts towards experiences versus just product type of purchases. And so the retail health kind of fits into that dynamic. And the really scary part is, and you guys probably know this, but there's a lot of synergies between different retailers. So if you lose a critical mass in a certain retail area, you get this death spiral that happens, right? Where it's harder and harder to attract tenants. And as tenants leave, this kind of this spiral that just gets out of control. And I think the urgency here is we want to be flexible. I think it's important that we enable these spaces to get filled. And I think these retail health type of uses are really ideal because it really does drive traffic, right? You have kind of a captive audience where they're going to be there anyways. They're probably going to pick up something else, right? They're going to make some additional purchases. So it seems to make a lot of sense. I think the situation is pretty dire. I think we need to move quickly. There's a pretty big competition to fill these retail spaces, not just in our city, but in other cities. And so I think I'm concerned that if we keep waiting, we're going to have a lot more trouble filling spots, and the fragile retail environment that we already have is really going to be hurt. So I think we should move forward with the staff recommendation. So I'd like to make that motion. I hope I get a second.
Second.
Do you want to speak further to your motion?
No, I just did. Thank you.
Councilmember Cormack?
I'll just, apologies for repeating a few things, but at 10%, this is a small part of this location. I believe that people will patronize these locations and that they will be attractively presented.
Okay. Councilmember Koo, do you want to speak to the motion?
Actually, I'd like to make a substitute motion.
Okay.
I'd like to move to deny the application.
Second.
Is that the whole motion?
Yes.
Okay. Do you want to speak to your motion?
Yes. So while it may be a small amount, 10%, there's definitely a creep that is going to start taking hold. And then also just with this property owner, then, you know, what about the other retail spaces and all the other different business districts? So certainly there's going to start creeping even bigger. And while we're trying to go back to our local residents, to bring it back to local, this is certainly not going to be something that's going to be serving our resident needs. In addition, it's really does not bring in any sales tax. And also, it is way too early to start changing our ordinances in order to and without data as well. It's too early to be changing our ordinances and without sufficient data. We don't know what the rents are over there. There hasn't been any, I mean, Mr. Levinsky asked a really prudent question. We don't know what the rents are. There's no comparison with what is previous and what is the medical rates for medical retail. Then also what is concerning is Ordinance 5517. When it sunsets in June 20th, 2021, I believe, 2022, in order to continue having the medical retail use, it will require CUP. And my understanding is that with a CUP, it goes with the land or with the property. And so then essentially that space would be always going to be used according to the property owner in the medical field or in the retail medical. So I do have concerns about this, and I really believe it's way too early to be looking at that without better trends, better data, and knowing what we want strategically for our city to recover. And it really does not benefit our residents at all. Thank you.
Councilmember Filson, you want to speak to your second?
Well, yeah, just briefly. I think there's sort of the macro and the micro. And the macro, I think it's too early to write off retail and brick and mortar retail in Palo Alto. And I've been down to Town and Country in the last week or two, and yeah, it was pretty busy when I was there too. So it's hard to parse that, but I think it's too premature to write it off. And then when we sort of got into this, we've sort of gone down this path, and the mayor kind of alluded to this. He said, we seem to be spending a lot of time trying to define something really carefully here. And, we sort of asked PTC to go do it, but PTC kind of really wasn't able to do it. And so I kind of agree with the mayor that we're sucking up a lot of energy and staff time on this, which is, really sort of a pretty small scale impact for a lot of effort. So I think, I think we ought to leave it the way it is for a while, and see how it is a year from now if we need to go back and redo this. And we did pass a motion to go try to do some investigation into economic development, particularly around retail, last week. And I'd sort of like to see how that pans out before we make any major sweeping decisions about the future of retail in Palo Alto. So that's it.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I mean, I think I'm still not convinced that this is needed. The retail health ordinance. When looking at other shopping centers around the city, like Edgewood Plaza and Stanford Shopping Center, both appear to be doing as well or even better sometimes to their pre-pandemic vacancy rates. So the question for me is why? And for me, the burden of proof here then is on the applicant to really be able to show that they have done everything they can to improve their vacancy rates prior to the city amending our own ordinances and applying those ordinances specifically to one applicant. And there's been several comments about how fair or not fair or unfair that is. And I agree with that. And I really don't think that the applicant has met their burden here. They haven't shown, I think, sufficient evidence regarding rent. And also, I think Town and Country is just in a prime location. The applicant talked about that we need to drive much needed foot traffic. Councilmember Tanaka talked about the same thing, but we have heard a lot of, even though it's anecdotal, a lot of kind of just testimony through email and public comment, council members, myself as well, as far as just how crowded Town and Country has been. I work right across the street. I am there several times a week at different times during the day, morning, noon, evenings, and it is always crowded. So we're talking about generating additional foot traffic. I don't know how much more capacity there is. And it's just in a prime location. It's located along a major thoroughfare. It's in between Stanford University, Palo Alto High School, Palo Alto Medical Foundation. And there really isn't any reason why Town and Country should not be seeing lower vacancy rates as our economy continues to open up and as COVID restrictions loosen. We already saw Palo Alto High School opened up since our the last time we took this up. Stanford's opening up. Everything's going to be continuing in that direction. When this matter first came to us on March 22nd, we were in a very different situation, and our outlook for the chances of a strong recovery seemed very less likely. I think today, with the incredible efficacy of the vaccines, high vaccination rates in our city and region, and then of course loosening COVID restrictions, in just addition to the reopening of all of these schools and other corporations, I think we're going to continue to see our local economy improve, including lower vacancy rates. We're already seeing that at Edgewood Plaza and Stanford Shopping Center, and even at Town and Country. I mean, having those 3 new restaurants coming in, the things have really changed in a short amount of time and changed in a good way. So I do agree with Councilmember Philsip and others that this is, I think this is just too soon. And it does make sense to maybe revisit this down the road if these issues continue. But right now, I think the best solution is to just maintain the current zoning at Town and Country, encourage the applicant to work with their tenants and prospective tenants to encourage the signing of new leases. And other shopping centers are finding ways to just thrive in our city. So I believe Town and Country can too. Again, I appreciate staff's time, the PTC's time in drafting the language regarding retail health. It's a use that the city, I think, again, should consider in the future at a time that might be more appropriate. But I think we're just too early on. And then, just a final thought. I think this is a perfect example of why we really need that economic development manager, somebody who can strategically look at these trends and be able to opine, is this the right decision for our city for economic recovery or not? Right now, we're missing that critical piece, and it would be so helpful to be able to have that in these deliberations. So, thank you.
Thanks. Vice Mayor Burke.
Yeah, when we had this come before us initially, I supported moving it forward to the PTC under an understanding, and what I tried to convey as clearly as I could, a wish to have a nuanced ordinance and guidance for what we would allow, and not kind of opening the barn doors to a very wide range of things that are more medical office than health retail. And I really don't think that's what we got back. And, you know, I watched some of the PTC meeting, and my takeaway is that the majority of the PTC came back to us with guidance that more reflected their intention and their values than what the council was trying to convey and was asking for. And I think that that's something that if we want to be productive and not waste staff and council time and PTC time, we need to try to have a board like that really attempt to align with the guidance that they're given as much as possible. This is, you know, we had a discussion around roles of boards and commissions, and one of the areas was around the value of subcommittees. And I think this is actually an example of where a commission like the PTC could have created a subcommittee, done more research, spent more time on it than trying to just give their reactions on the fly at a hearing. We could do the same thing, but we're looking for depth in that advice. And I kind of want to share that with both staff and the PTC, that going forward, we really want them to, if something like this, to maybe do some research and complement the limited bandwidth of staff to do that. I cited a number of areas that I had hoped or would have wished had been some or all of them included in the guidance. And so I won't repeat those, but I will say that when we have a broader code definition, we will see over time that there will be a portion of the tenants and landlords, if this is applied more broadly throughout the city, who will push that boundary. We heard examples of, oh, well, X or Y sort of retailer would only do such and such. But if the ordinance allows more than that, we'll get that combination of that retailer that was the example, or that medical office that's the example there. But we'll get somebody else who will take it right up to the edge or just over it. And so whatever we write, we really do need to assume that eventually we'll get examples that are on the edge of what we intended, not the mean. And we need to just anticipate that and write our ordinances expecting that. I would add that, you know, we're going to see a big transformation in just a week, beginning in a week, I should say, as we get the complete opening. Who knows how many weeks it'll take for everybody to psychologically adjust, but I think we're going to, within a month or two, we'll have a much better sense of what recovery really looks like and what the new normal looks like, how different it was from the old normal, and we'll do that. I remain open to adjusting in a nuanced way our retail guidelines, really through different retail districts in the city. And we needed to respond because we had a specific applicant here, but whatever we would do in the future, I think should be considered more broadly, not necessarily in all retail areas, but within maybe the less prime retail areas. I think that the point that at this point in time, do we want to plow forward and spend a lot more time given the other priorities? I'd say not at this time, but in the fall, we should take another look at how things are evolving in retail and figure out whether we do need to make other adjustments at that time. And sorry, I'm just looking at a couple, and I'll just say one other thing is that, you know, when we're talking about a primary care, that would have needed to be clarified. Are we talking about primary care facilities that have some urgent care component, or are we talking about something that is a medical health function of that is more retail-like and might be able to have an urgent care. CVS and Walgreens have within their stores been putting in different medical care components, a minority of their space, but those are large spaces that they occupy. And some of that is they're looking toward urgent care and a whole bunch of other things, testings, vaccinations, you know, they're expanding. And so I think that there's the future is that we do need to look at refining this definition, but I don't want to just fling open the gates and start nearly equating medical offices with retail. And I don't think we got this right here. So for those reasons, I'll be supporting the substitute motion.
Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. I have a question for Director Late.
Here.
Director Late, good evening. All these Zoom meetings run together. And can you help me remember, was it this item or was it another item where you specifically said that if we were going to not approve it, we shouldn't send it back to PTC and go through all the work? Was that this item or was it something else?
The statement that you're referring to was related to this item. And so that's to answer your question.
Thank you. That's what I'm recalling. So I find this conversation disappointing, but not unexpected. So I will offer a friendly amendment to the substitute motion. Oh, actually, sorry, one other quick question while I have you, Director Late. I think it might have been you, I'm not sure. It could be other staff. When we spoke last week about the economic development consultant, were we specific about industries? Does staff anticipate that what we would ask that group or person to do in the RFP would include retail health? I don't recall. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to ask City Manager Shikata to help me out with that.
Sure. I do not believe it. Well, it was not specific to retail health, but I do agree that the broader function of looking into issues such as the applicability of retail health as an area for either growth, modification of code or the like would fit under that general topic area.
Okay, thank you, City Manager Shikata. I would certainly feel better if that were made clear. So I will offer a friendly amendment to the maker and seconder that we take, if the clerk could just copy C, C from the prior motion down, it would become an A under the substitute, and direct staff to include studying the expansion of retail health uses to shopping centers and commercial districts as part of the request for proposal. Request for proposal for economic development assistance. So I'll offer that and see if the maker and seconder would accept that.
We'll wait for I'll go out of turn here for the maker, and I think I won't accept that. I think I sort of feel like we got the tail wagging the dog here. I think we should look at this as part of looking at retail overall, as opposed to this specific component of retail, if it exists, driving it. And I don't think we ought to spend a lot more time digging into retail health on its own. I think we should look at retail in general in Palo Alto, and I think the economic development function is supposed to do that, right? So I think I won't accept that as an amendment.
As the maker of the motion, I don't think I'll accept that also. Thank you, Councilmember Cormack. But I do tend to agree with Councilmember Philsev that it should be the general health and not specific to just one or the other. And yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so yeah, I think it was a good point about the comment. I think it was made in March, but if I recall, it was a 4-3 vote at that time to send it to PTC. And the government process can be messy and slow, and we have definitely been in a dynamic, rapidly changing economy. So maybe we could have been clearer in March, but I think it's better to stop now rather than just to double down and continue this process. So let's go ahead and vote on the substitute motion. We're starting with Councilmember Philsev.
Yes.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
No.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
And Councilmember Cormack.
No.
And I will vote yes. So that passes on a 5-2 vote. Okay, thank you for that one. Council members, let's move on. We are on item number 13, which is adoption of 2 resolutions for our 2020 Urban Water Management Plan.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Steve Batchelor, Utility Director. Tonight, utility staff and the Utility Advisor Commission is recommending that the City Council adopt a resolution to adopt the 2020 Urban Water Management Plan. Adopting and also included in that is adopting a water shortage contingency plan. Every water agency in California is required to submit an urban water management plan, which includes water storage contingency every 5 years. So we're coming up against our 5th year. The actions recommended in the report, if approved, would satisfy the recommendations requirements for the city. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and have Carla Daly, our Senior Resource Planner, will now walk us through the plan. Carla?
Thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Let me share my screen quickly. Hopefully everyone can see that.
Yes.
So I also have Assistant Director Jonathan Abenstein, my colleague Lisa Belier, here to help answer questions, as well as Nicole Sankula, the General Manager and Chief Executive Officer of the Bay Area Water Supply and Conservation Agency. And after staff's short presentation, Commissioner Scharf is here to add the perspective of the Utilities Advisory Commission, who heard this item recently. As Mr. Batchelor indicated, we have to do an urban water management plan every 5 years. This one is due June 30th, the end of this month. And the purpose of tonight's meeting is to request that council approve, adopt 2 resolutions, one for the 2020 Urban Water Management Plan and a second one for the Water Shortage Contingency Plan. They are incorporated in the same document, but it is cleaner from a regulatory standpoint to split those into 2 resolutions. So what is an urban water management plan? It's a high-level, long-term planning document that all urban water agencies have to complete every 5 years to show that we have an adequate water supply to serve our future needs. We fit into this category of an urban water supplier because we provide more than 3,000 acre feet a year and have more than 3,000 customers. There have been a few things that have happened since the 2015 Urban Water Management Plan was adopted. We have updated our population and employment projections in this plan, and we have made sure that those are consistent with those values that the council has adopted in the comprehensive plan. We've also, the modeling that we use to come up with this demand projection takes into account the impacts of the 2015 drought and the conservation that resulted from that drought. We have also completed the Northwest County Recycled Water Strategic Plan. As you may recall, this was a very large effort that we did in collaboration with Valley Water. It included a big groundwater study and an assessment of potable drinking water and non-drinking water alternatives for the effluent from our regional water quality control plant. We also executed a historic agreement with Valley Water whereby Valley Water has an option to take about half of the effluent from the plant and provided funding for a small salt removal facility at the plant to improve the quality of our recycled water. We take water demand management very seriously here in Palo Alto, and given the dryness of the state that we are all witnessing firsthand, you will see an increase in outreach and education from the utility around our demand management and the programs that we offer. This is just a list of some of the activities that we engage in around conservation. Because Palo Alto relies 100% on the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission for our drinking water supplies, a lot of what is included in the Urban Water Management Plan around supply reliability is information that we receive directly from our supplier, the SFPUC. As you probably remember, about 85% of that water originates in the Tuolumne River, with about 15% from local surface water supplies. And as you know, I'm sure, the Bay Delta Plan, which is adopted by the state board, requires 30 to 50% unimpaired flow on the Tuolumne River. The Urban Water Management Plan analysis that was provided from the SFPUC to Palo Alto for use in our urban water management plans assumes that the Bay Delta Plan is implemented by the state in 2023. The Urban Water Management Plan requires a very prescriptive set of analyses, and particularly around assessing the risk of drought and projecting what sorts of cutbacks would be required given various drought scenarios. This one is one of the most straightforward required from the state. It shows a 5-year drought starting in year 2021. And again, from the numbers that we have received from the SFPUC, our supplier that operates the regional water system, and the assumption that the Bay Delta Plan is implemented in 2023, you can see that the projected supply shortfalls are significant. The assumptions in the SFPUC's numbers also include a number of projects that are already underway to increase water supply reliability, but there are many more in the planning and investigative stages that are not included. And similar to the SFPUC, Palo Alto does not assume in our urban water management plan any projects that haven't been approved by council. So while we explore and highlight some projects such as expanding our recycled water system without explicit council approval, we do not include those in the plan. The only exception to that rule is around conservation. And even though council has not allocated money toward water conservation out to year 2045, we feel very comfortable that that is such an integral and cultural part of the way the city and the utility operates that it's safe to assume that those types of programs will continue. The other big piece of the urban water management plan is what's known as the water shortage contingency plan. And that is a plan that the agency needs to show the state for 6 different levels of water supply shortages, what actions we will take to deal with those. And we've listed on the side of that table the types of actions that we would take, and we would increase those with each stage of water supply reduction needed. This plan does not lock the city into these actions and these actions only. And for instance, if we were in a stage 3 needing a 25% water usage reduction and we weren't seeing those reductions with the activities that we have in this water shortage contingency plan, we would certainly go to some of the actions in the next stage up until we achieved whatever reduction it was that we needed to achieve. We can also revise the water shortage contingency plan at any time, which is another great reason why we separate those two resolutions. And an example of why we might want to do that might be if between now and 2025, council approves funding to make the necessary capital improvements to make groundwater an easily accessible supply source during droughts, then we would include that in our water shortage contingency plan and update that and bring that back to council with a new resolution. We have a number of water supply alternatives and plans that we are investigating, in addition to what I mentioned with respect to the SFPUC and their projects that they are pursuing. We are looking at a range of groundwater, expanded water reuse, stormwater, and we'll be bringing to you sometime in the next year a one water plan that will present to you a holistic analysis of water supply alternatives. And hopefully what we're planning on is a flexible roadmap for being able to make choices about potential investments in water supply projects as the uncertain future unfolds with respect to regulations and climate change and other unknowns that we can't plan for today for a 20-year planning horizon. So our recommended motion is that the council adopt two resolutions, one for the urban water management plan itself and a second for the water shortage contingency plan. And I think Commissioner Scharf wanted to make a few comments before we take questions.
Okay.
Yes.
Commissioner Scharf, go ahead.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I wanted to say hello, council members, staff, and the public. I'm Greg Scharf, and I'm Utilities Advisory Commission member. In that capacity, I'm speaking here tonight for the UAC. First of all, I wanted to thank staff for their thorough work on this item. I think we at the UAC were very impressed with the presentation, and staff was able to answer all of our questions. And I think we asked a lot of them and went in depth on this. The bottom line is the commission on our May 12th meeting unanimously recommended that we support this plan. And the reasons for that was that, first of all, state agencies may not be eligible for state funding between the deadline and submittal if we miss the deadline. And we are in the process of seeking state funding, so it actually could affect us in some way. May or may not, but that was definitely something that was out there. We at the UAC did in fact have concerns about the substantial and drastic cutbacks, 40 to 50% under the plan. However, the benefits of voting no or asking the staff to come back seemed few to none. And on the other hand, voting yes did not seem to commit us to anything that wouldn't be imposed on us in the event of a severe drought, and we would lose funding for projects that we are currently seeking funding for if we didn't, or we could lose funding. You know, with that in mind, it seemed that it didn't make any sense not to support this, especially since the plan can also be amended if we want to look at something in the future on this. So I wanted to say it seemed really unclear how any changes we made to the plan would change the drastic cutbacks either. The plan seemed to be developed with appropriate assumptions by a consultant. It was thought through, made internal sense, complied with city policies that we have and other assumptions we use in the city. So additional time by not passing the plan now didn't seem to gain us anything at all and possibly put funding at risk. And I guess I also wanted to mention that given that the water allocation is based on the demand forecast of all 26 agency staff at Bosque, if Palo Alto changed anything in their demand forecast, it would have little to no impact at all on those cutbacks that are contained in the plan. Staff also indicated that the plan, while showing drastic cutbacks, doesn't really commit us to anything that we can't change if we want to amend the plan later. We also talked a little bit about the Bay Delta plan, and staff said that nothing in this plan commits us for or against the Bay Delta plan. So we didn't really feel that that issue of itself should really have any bearing on whether or not we pass this plan or not. There was also substantial concern I wanted to mention that the at the UAC over how we will ensure that our canopy survives if we were to go to, a 50% or 40% cutback in water. But that does not belong in this plan. And these cutbacks are very unlikely to occur in the next 2 years. So I think the UAC felt that staff was working on that and would come back at some point on that issue. But we wanted to make council aware that was a concern that we at the UAC had. And that really was my comments. If anyone had any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. But I did want to say that the UAC unanimously supports passing this tonight so that we are in compliance with state law. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to the members of the public for public comment, and then we'll come back for council discussion and questions.
Any members of the public that wish to speak to the two resolutions adopting the 2020 Urban Water Management Plan and the Water Shortage Contingency Plan, please raise your hands at this time, and you will have 2 minutes to speak. Our first speaker is Dave Warner, to be followed by Peter Dreckmeyer. Dave, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Dave Warner. I'm a Palo Alto resident. Thank you for your service to our city. You should have received a letter from me regarding our proposed urban water management plan, providing a few charts demonstrating that Palo Alto has consistently overestimated its water demand in urban water management plans and continues to do so in this one. Today, the utilities department said to me that one data point I used had changed, but it doesn't change my overall message. We overestimate our demand, and in the proposed urban water management plan, it is likely by as much as a third or more for 2045. Overestimating demand is costly. On our pocketbooks, we pay for new supplies that aren't needed. Costly on the environment, and particularly on the Tuolumne River, where during the last drought, only 12% of the river was left for the fish, while even at the worst point of the drought, the SFPUC supplying us had more than 3 years of unneeded water in storage. Perhaps the most visible consequence of overestimating demand is rationing. As stated by Ms. Daly, once the Bay Delta plan is implemented, Palo Alto would need to implement 40 to 50% rationing in the first year of a drought. Isn't that alarmist? There are two causes to the 40 to 50% figure. Of course, the SFPUC wants you to believe it's the Bay Delta plan, but that's not it. The two causes are, number one, overestimating demand, setting aside water we'll never use, and two, the length of the SFPUC's 8.5-year drought planning model. I believe Mr. Dreckmeyer has already reached out to you about that. Overestimating demand. The industrial process analysis mentioned in my letter calculated that we were overestimating demand by 35%. If all the SFPUC water users reduce their overestimate to a more reasonable 10 to 12%, that 50% rationing figure would drop substantially. And this is a do-nothing scenario for residents. Residents will just continue to implement conservation measures and respond to droughts as they have in the past. All that is required is a stroke of the pen, just make the projection more realistic. Please ask the Utilities Department to reduce our demand forecast to be more in line with past behaviors, particularly if you're concerned about the 50% rationing scenario. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Our next speaker is Peter Dreckmeyer, to be followed by Stephen Rosenblum. Peter, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor Du Bois and council members. Peter Dreckmeyer, Policy Director for the Tuolumne River Trust. I just want to point out we have a very good staff working on these issues in Palo Alto. They're sharp and they're very approachable, and we appreciate their time. Some of the issues in your urban water management plan are under your control. Dave Warner just talked about demand projections. The time will tell that he is correct. Demand projections are almost always inflated. And in fact, the SFPUC for the regional water system, their demand projections have been off by an average of 22% over the last 20 years. Some of the information in your plan is not under your control. It's provided by the SFPUC. And they use very conservative numbers. In January, they tried to use the sales cap, the contractual obligations, instead of demand projections. And they got caught and had to change that. And it reduced the amount of rationing from 55% to 40%. So that was a big change. Another thing that Dave mentioned is the design drought. And we believe in August, the commission is going to consider knocking a year off of that. We think a vulnerability assessment dealing with climate change will show that that makes sense and we won't run out of water. And so we've requested that the city of Palo Alto send a letter to the SFPUC, including an appendix for our plan and other plans that would show the impact of water supply of a 7.5-year design drought. And that way, if they do make that change, you don't have to wait 5 years for the next plan. You can point to that appendix. We, by the way, looked at the numbers, and we can show that the SFPUC could manage the 6-year drought of record, a repeat, with the Bay Delta plan in effect, with no rationing and with development of no new water. So there are a lot of different narratives out there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. And our final speaker is Stephen Rosenblum. Stephen, go ahead. You have 2 minutes. Stephen.
Yeah, hi. This is Steve Rosenblum. I'm a resident of Old Palo Alto, and I also would like to speak in support of the previous 2 speakers. I again want to remind the council members of the fact that the SFPUC and BOSCA are both involved in a lawsuit against the Bay Delta plan. And the SFPUC has consistently used this design drought that Peter alluded to scare people into fighting against the Bay Delta plan, which tries to preserve minimum flows on the Tuolumne that, as was pointed out by Carla Daly, the city council supported unanimously several years ago. I think, as Dave Warner pointed out, we need to be careful about making estimates based on Chicken Little sky is falling predictions. And I urge the council to, if they adopt this plan, to consider amending it based on realistic estimates of future water use rather than overestimates and design drought disaster projections. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Stephen. Mayor Du Bois, that's our final speaker.
Okay, thank you to all the speakers. Let's come back to council. Again, questions, comments, and motions. Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, first, a few questions and comments. I wanted to follow up on the concept that the overestimates may in fact affect either our drought reduction mandates individually as cities in Bosca or collectively. I've always been concerned on seeing the disconnect between the projections that we and others have on increased water use and the reality that we've declined. I think figure 2 of the staff report, it's packet page 319 or page 5 of the report. And I don't know if there happens to be a backup slide that might show this, but we've gone from 1990 to CCF, is that cubic feet in millions? Is that what that is, Ms. Daly?
Yes.
Okay.
100 cubic feet.
100 cubic feet. And from 240 down to today about maybe around 140. And we were even lower during the severe drought years a few years ago, but discounting those for the moment, it's a pretty steady downward trend as we've had a modest increase in the number of workers and square footage of commercial. We've had some shift in the type of work that's helped us, and in our population. So that Yeah, so that shows up to now. And then if that big dip just a few years ago, that was during the drought. So if you just levelize that a little bit and have a line that is roughly between 1988 and 2020, you'll see the downward trend. And it's very striking. And it's something that our community has often a misconception that we don't have adequate water allocations for population growth, and that our water usage just keeps going up in proportion to population growth. And the reverse has happened over a 30-year period pretty steadily. But for some reason, every time we go through these projections, we basically say, but that's the last time we're going to continue downward in the projection. And we're projecting a fairly significant increase in the purchases over the next 20 years. Not at the level of decline we've had in the last 40, but still fairly significant. And I hadn't appreciated until some of the speakers, assuming this is correct, that this really could negatively impact our allocation during a drought. So Ms. Daly, can you speak to first the reason why we project the upward growth in demand, or purchases, I should say, and the impact that kind of unintended impact that could have on drought allocations?
Sure. Let me start first with just the demand forecast. And, we have had several sort of outlier events in recent history, I would say, between the 2008 economic crisis, the drought, and then the more recent pandemic. These projections do include a decrease in per capita water use. So even though overall we are projecting a modest increase, and let me back up one more time, all demand projections are wrong. So let me just state that. But
how do we make them less wrong?
Right. I think we've done our best to make them less wrong. And we as staff are very comfortable with this projection for a couple of reasons. One, because it is consistent with the trend we have seen around decreasing per capita water use. But at the same time, in order to be consistent with the council approved comprehensive plan and the enormous pressure on the city to increase housing, that does overwhelm an overall decrease in water use slightly.
Have you factored in the type of housing? Because, single family homes with large irrigated areas consume a lot more water per capita than multifamily units. And
Absolutely.
Our housing growth is projected to be overwhelmingly multifamily units. So
Yes.
The per capita consumption would actually be that the additional residents would in all likelihood be consuming less per capita than the existing residents.
Yep, and that's what our models show, that per capita water use is decreasing. And yes, part of it is because of conservation, and part of it is because, as you rightly pointed out, new development tends to fall more on the side of multifamily and less on the single family with giant lawns. The model that we use was created by a consultant employed by Bay Area Water Supply and Conservation Agency, of which Palo Alto and 25 other agencies are members. And it is a very sophisticated model that builds on trends that are happening in our various agencies. And so over time, as those trends become more and more apparent, the model becomes better and better at projecting future demands. So with every 5-year cycle, or in fact, we're planning on running this model again next year, doing an updated demand study. With each time that we do that, we have better data and more history, and the projections get better and better. But it is an end use model. It takes into account the age of the properties in the specific agencies and what types of plumbing code changes are projected to happen over time and how that specifically applies to the structures that are in our territory. So it is a very robust model, and again, making the inputs consistent with the comprehensive plan. This is the resulting projected water supply demand.
But is it, given that our models have consistently projected high and SFPUC clients have done the same, why will this model finally be more accurate?
I mean, I think there's two things. One, when we are planning for water supply, it is prudent to be on the conservative side and take a little higher projection scenario into account, as opposed to, say, financial planning, where we want to make sure we're setting our rates high enough to recover revenue. The agency would want to be a little conservative on the low side of demand. But also, when we as Palo Alto are going to be making local decisions around supply projects, we're going to look at a range of possible demands and not be tied to just this particular one in the urban water management plan. Was there a second part of your question?
Well, I think that answers a lot of it. And since my time's up on this round, I'll thank you for that.
Thanks. Councilmember Filson.
Yeah, I think the vice mayor is right to ask about the model, but given that ABAG and RENA are basically calling for historically unprecedented population increase in Palo Alto, it's not a total surprise to see that to see some prediction that the long-term decline might slow or even reverse a little bit. But I want to ask you a couple questions. Really, sort of two things. One is that if we do what Dave and Peter suggested, which is lower our demand forecast, does that mean we're likely to get asked to have less stringent rationing in the event of a drought? That's one. And the second one is, if we go with the current demand forecast, and in fact, we do get into aggressive rationing, will we have latitude at that time to go back and readjust based on a less conservative demand forecast to change our rationing targets? So sort of two angles to that.
Right. So the percentage cutbacks that are in our urban water management plan and all the other BOSC agencies' urban water management plans are based on system-wide demand projections, including the city of San Francisco and how San Francisco operates the system and the resulting percentage cutbacks that are predicted by them. So if Palo Alto were to, in isolation, lower our demand forecast, those percentage cutbacks that we would apply from San Francisco would not change. Those percentage numbers are what were handed down to us by San Francisco based on a regional view of the system. So
if we changed ours by 1 cubic, by 1 acre foot, right, then that acre foot at best would get divided amongst the 26 agencies. More likely it wouldn't change at all, I think.
It would not change at all because San Francisco has already done their analysis and these are the percentage cutbacks. But even if they did redo their analysis, you're right. And I think Mr. Druckmeyer alluded to this as well, that it would require all the agencies to lower their demand projections and for San Francisco to rerun their analysis. And San Francisco is also required to file an urban water management plan. So they're on this timeline as well of meeting that requirement by the end of the month. What actually happens in a drought gets a little more complicated than that, because we have in our agreement with San Francisco and in an agreement among the BOSCA agencies, an allocation methodology for dividing up water in a water supply shortage up to a shortage of 20%. So if a shortage is anywhere at a 20% or below number, then there's a formula for how that water gets divided up between us and San Francisco, us, the wholesale customers in San Francisco, and then another formula for how the 26 BOSCA agencies divide up that piece of the pie. The contract and that formula does not apply to water supply shortages greater than 20%. What the contract says is that we'll all get together in a room and we'll figure out how to deal with those sorts of cutbacks. And you know, if we were in this very dire situation of a 40 or 50% cutback, we would certainly be thinking about health and safety in all of our agencies, and outdoor usage would be the application of water that would be that would go first. So what we, the BOSCA agencies agreed to for this urban water management plan is to make the assumption, just for the purposes of submitting this plan, that we would all reduce equally. So if the cutback is 40%, all 26 agencies would reduce by 40%, just for the purposes of the analysis in this plan. In reality, that is not what would happen. We would all get together and figure out how to split up the water. If the agencies couldn't come to agreement, then San Francisco will decide. They have ultimate power over who gets how much water. So, you know, what our demand forecast is in this plan does not, it will not be a driver in how the water gets divided in a drought, be it less than 20% or greater than 20%.
Thanks, that's very helpful. So if I understand what you just said, basically our demand forecast and the amount of rationing we would have to do in a severe drought aren't to first order strongly related.
Correct. And I would also add, and I think I did mention this in the presentation, that San Francisco does have a contractual obligation, a level of service target of not having to ask for more than a 20% reduction in water use. And so we, through BOSCA, are placing pressure on the SFPUC to develop alternative water supplies to make sure that they can meet that obligation.
It does seem a little bit ironic that one branch of state government is mandating large population growth to cities, and another branch of state government is telling everybody to get ready for no water.
Cities are very much caught in the middle of those two things.
Okay, Councilmember Cormack.
Thanks, Mayor Du Bois, and thank you to all the water staff who's here from utilities, and including welcome Ms. Sankula from BOSCA. I wanted to just look forward a little bit, thanks to my colleagues for the questions they had on the prior topics. And I wonder if through the chair, Ms. Sankula could answer a little bit about climate change. So I'm looking at page 72 of our plan, and I'm aware that the SFPUC is working on a climate change plan. And while, will that be all right, Mayor Du Bois?
Sorry, what's the question?
Well, the question is, well, let me lay out the scenario a little bit more.
It sounded very broad. If you just say what the question is.
Yeah. Well, it's when will the study be ready, and what might we expect to see?
Sure.
So the SFPUC they're nearly complete with a multi-year climate change risk vulnerability assessment. So it's not just climate change, but it's a risk assessment, including climate change. My understanding is that study is going to be out this summer. And the commission has indicated its interest in taking up that topic in particular. I expect it'll be in September. And they will use that study and other information to really, I think, inform their discussions about things like the design drought. You know, how might it be modified? What adjustments might be made to it? To really have those policy level discussions informed by the best science available.
Thank you so much, Ms. Vankula. I just want to be sure my colleagues, I know we all appreciate what's going on with the drought here, but as we think about the changes that are happening both here in terms of evapotranspiration and in the Sierras, and we reflect on the fact that less of the water is actually even making its way into the reservoirs because of the higher temperatures and because the ground is so dry. I just encourage my colleagues to realize how important it is for us to understand the science going forward, not just the science about what's happened in the past. And I certainly appreciate the large quantities of information analyses that have been done looking backward. But I think, as you know, some of my colleagues say often, we're really at a different stage here. We're at an inflection point in terms of climate change. So I think that's an important part of our plan, and I expect us to be making, as a city and as BOSCA, SFPUC, frankly, as the Bay Area and California, making significant changes over the next 5 years. So that brings me to drought rate structures. Ms. Daly, it was there were no numbers attached to the drought rate structures. And have we had to implement those in the past? And if not, what does that sort of entail? What should we anticipate should it come to that?
We have not implemented drought rate structures in the past. And Lisa Belier, can I put you on the spot a little bit to talk about rates? She might need to be unmuted.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
We have implemented drought rate structures in 2016 and 17, and Jonathan would be the best person to answer questions about that specifically. But if the drought surcharges are on the rate schedule in an inactive state, and if necessary, we can activate those.
And what does that look like for an average end user, or are there levels of it depending on the level, the 5 levels?
I would have to look at the rate schedule, but the rate structures that are in there depend upon what the cutback is from San Francisco, and are primarily on the tier 2, the higher tier usages.
Okay, our tier 2, not the tier 2 from the allocation?
Yes, sorry.
Okay.
Palo Alto's tier 2 rate structures for Palo Alto customers.
Okay. All right, that's helpful. Thanks, Ms. Gleer. I just want, to understand the range of options we'll have available. And then the final thing I just wanted to touch on is something that Commissioner Scharf brought up, which is the canopy. There really was damage during the last drought to our canopy. We saw increased tree deaths. And so that's something to contemplate as we look forward. It's one of the reasons the salt removal facility is important, although it's hard for me to imagine how many trucks would have to be driving around Palo Alto to really save our canopy if it were a pretty dire situation. But I appreciate that we're starting to think about that. It was certainly part of the discussion when we talked about whether or not BOSCA should participate in Los Vaqueros expansion as an individual partner or just alongside with the SFPUC. And we spent a little bit of time at the UAC last year, could have been the year before. I think it was probably the year before, discussing whether or not that would make sense if people in Palo Alto would be willing to pay, that much of a surcharge to have water available for the canopy. So in the end, the decision is to have the SFPUC fulfill its responsibility, which is to provide that the water that we and our neighbors need. Thanks very much.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, just thanks to staff and the UAC and members of the public. Appreciate everyone's work on this. So can you go to slide 7? So if let's say, we do have a drought and, the model here is correct, which staff seems to think it is, would the people in the city really have to take like a cutback of 40%? It seems like a lot. I mean, how much is that compared to previous droughts in terms of our cutbacks?
Our target in the 2015 drought that was imposed by the state was 23%. And we, as a community, were reduced water use by close to 30%.
So this is above and beyond what has ever been done before.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, it just seemed, I think members of the public would be very surprised, I think, to kind of see this kind of dramatic cutback needed. I guess, and I'm trying to understand this in terms of the accuracy of our model, and other people have asked this, but I'm trying to understand this really clearly. So if our model is estimated to be too high, let's say we overestimate, right? So some people mentioned about some of the drawbacks of that. And I guess from your perspective, do you agree with those? I mean, does that, it seems to be, it strikes me to be somewhat conservative here versus being short, but I guess I'd love to get staff's take on some of the comments that were made so far.
So these cutbacks are provided to us from our water supplier, the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission, who operates the system.
Okay, and just out of curiosity, if we don't do these cuts, what happens? Unless we have a drought, we just run out of water. Is that what happens?
Nicole, can you speak to that?
Yes, I can. So in the event of a mandatory rationing, which obviously if we were at a 40% cutback, San Francisco would be imposing mandatory rationing. They have the ability to fine, basically charge a surcharge on member agencies, wholesale customers that don't achieve the desired reduction. We've never talked about what happens if a community is a repeat offender. To be honest, we've never had that situation before. Historically, this region really steps up, and when we've had droughts in the past, the region has responded, but at this level, it is going to be difficult. But at least at this point, the contract anticipates that San Francisco would levy fines. And while they're not spoken of what those fines would be, those would be determined at the time they declared a mandatory rationing. In early conversations that I had with them in the early 2000s as we were putting together this drought plan, they were talking about, magnitudes of things like 10 times or 15 times the going rate of water.
Oh my God,
for an excess use charge. Yeah, no, it's a lot.
Okay, so you kind of want to stay within these guidelines then. So, and how likely do you think this is going to be? That this is going to happen, this scenario?
The impacts of the Bay Delta plan, if it's implemented, are clear to me. Obviously, there's a lot of unknowns, but that's a significant impact to our water supply and our water supply reliability. So there's two things we're working hard to try to remove our region from these types of impacts. And trying to do that in a way that is both respectful of the environment that we would draw our water from on the Tuolumne River, by trying to see if there is an alternative to the adopted Bay Delta plan that can meet its objectives without this water supply cost. If that's possible and can be analyzed and determined it's appropriate, that is our preferred approach. That's what we've been talking to the state about. If that's not possible, then the state would move forward with these Bay Delta plan flows, and we would have to work with San Francisco and get them to implement projects to remove ourselves from these impacts. Those projects take a long time, so there is the potential that we would have a period of time in which we would be subject to these if we had, some significant droughts during that period.
And I remember a few years ago, we gave our water rights away How much impact does that have on what's going on here?
It has,
So the
yeah, it has
go ahead, Carla.
almost none. The what we gave away was the right to buy some additional water for East Palo Alto, and that variable is has a small influence on the formula that governs how the Bosque agencies split up water in a 20% or less water supply shortage. It has no bearing on greater than 20%.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thanks to staff and the UAC for all this work, and the report and the presentation tonight has been very helpful. Most of my questions have already been answered, and a lot of comments that I align with. Vice Mayor is already asking about projections regarding kind of housing growth and the RENA impacts. Along that kind of area of projections. I know the staff report mentioned that the impact of COVID-19 and telecommuting were not considered within the projects of population and employment growth in Palo Alto on water demand. Sorry, on the projections on population and employment growth in Palo Alto. Does staff anticipate that these impacts are going to have a material impact on those projections?
Well, we are, and Nicole, you can jump in. We are planning on rerunning the model this year, which will incorporate more of that data of what we actually experienced in 2020. Do you want to add anything else to that?
Yeah, that is exactly one of the questions that we're doing what we're calling a demand refresh starting this summer. And we'll look at things like the COVID-19 impacts, the impact of the rebound that's not happening with the last drought and what's going on now with the current drought, and running some more what we're calling sensitivity scenarios to kind of get at this question that you're all asking about, right? So when we do these 40-year demand projections, you can't know when you're going to have a drought. You can't know when you're going to have an economic downturn. You can't know when you're going to have a pandemic. But we've had each one of those in the last, 15 years. So obviously we have to try to figure out how do we deal with that uncertainty, despite the fact we don't know how it's going to show up. And so we're going to look at some more sensitivity analysis to see, if we're slightly off, what does that mean? If we're too high, what does that mean for our investments? Would we make a different change? Or, and how does it change and inform our decision making? So that's what we're going to go through this next year.
Okay, thank you. That sounds a difficult analysis to perform. And then will we then see? I mean, if that does materially alter these projections, does that come back to us? Like, how does that then change this plan?
So there's a lot of things that might happen in this next year. So to Councilmember Cormack's question about the climate change work San Francisco's doing, for example, if they look at that and at a policy level change their design drought, make it longer or shorter, whatever, it's going to change. If that materially impacts their assessment of the reliability, they would provide that to all of you, and you could consider updating your urban water management plan. As part of that, that would also be if the demand projections change materially, we could consider going through those updates. And that's just a choice to make at that point.
Great, thank you. One more question. On page 318 of the staff report, it said regarding water supply, regarding the water supply adequacy, that it states that in normal years, Palo Alto's potable water demand is not expected to exceed supply. What does normal years refer to? Does that mean non-drought years? Because it feels like we're always in a drought.
That is a great question. I don't think there's any such thing as a normal year in California. We're either in flooding or drought. So probably the better word would have been an average year, which also doesn't really exist. But in non-drought years, we do not have a water supply shortage.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. Those are all my questions.
I'll go ahead and jump in unless you want to go, Councilmember Ku. So,
I'm sorry.
you want to go? Go
Just
ahead.
a very quick question. With regards to the allocation to East Palo Alto, it's a permanent transfer, so no, it won't affect them at all, right?
That was a permanent transfer. That's correct.
Okay, thank you. That's all I wanted to make sure.
So, Carla, you mentioned the comp plan a couple of times, and I just want to make sure I understood. The forecast model was based on ABAG's forecast. Is that the same model that was used for the 6,000 housing units, or is it the same forecast?
So the housing additions are not, we did not consider the full RENA numbers as the expected housing additions in this plan. We did rely on the population and employment numbers in the comp plan, which were ABAG numbers, and compared those to the housing work plan, which I think, I made a couple notes to myself actually. Housing work plan assumes around 300 units a year or 500 people a year added. So it is consistent with that. So more housing added than Palo Alto has added historically per year, but not anywhere close to the full RENA allocation. And we worked really closely with staff and planning to make sure, because we are definitely in utilities, not the land use planning experts by any stretch. And so we worked really closely with them to make sure that those assumptions in the urban water management plan, they were comfortable with and felt consistent with everything that council has approved so far.
Okay, so we're using the old numbers, the current element, which expires in 2 years, I think, and then 3 of the years will be under this new forecast, which we did not use. But so again, it's interesting, and not any criticism of staff, but just that, you know, we use these different forecasts and different models. They don't necessarily line up. You know, there was a little bit of discussion in the water plan about the recycled water pipeline, which I thought we had pretty much moved away from. And I saw some discussion about the Valley Water Agreement, you know, for the small plant, but maybe I missed it. I didn't see any discussion about the large potable recycling water plant. Yeah, was there a reason that wasn't included or discussed?
Well, that currently that large plant, I mean, that large plant is not planned to serve Palo Alto in Valley Water's current vision for the operation of that facility. What Palo Alto, one aspect that Palo Alto does benefit from in that effluent transfer agreement, in addition to the money for the salt removal facility and the money for the effluent itself, is the ability to let Valley Water know that we have a water need, and then there's a process that we would go through with them to be able to buy water from them. It could potentially come from the regional purification plant, but it doesn't have to. And so we spoke about it in those broad terms in the plan, but there's really nothing, there's nothing to point to that Palo Alto would necessarily be able to receive water from the regional facility.
Okay, got it. That makes sense. I did see you talked about the ability to get water from them at cost under that agreement.
Right.
Yeah, and I think we've kind of kicked around this, but you know, my understanding that is a drought is, you know, abnormally low rainfall, and I think we're all grappling with this question of, you know, is this a drought or is it just a new normal? And you know, even the language we're using may be out of date. That this low level of rainfall is what we should expect. we will have water shortages, but it would be normal rainfall, just low. I also just saw an email today that Valley Waters, the board's going to consider declaring a water emergency or water shortage for Santa Clara County on Wednesday. That's the strongest action for them. So I'll go ahead and make the staff motion.
Second.
Thank you. And I'll go all the way back to UAC Commissioner Scharf. I think we have grants in process. I think we should approve this to meet that deadline. And as we move forward and as new information comes available, we can amend this in the future. Councilmember Cormack.
Briefly, I think this is one of those things that Councilmember Philseth always talks about, that people want us to manage for them. And as I believe I can't remember if it was Ms. Daly or Ms. Sankula said, these projects have really long time horizons. So there's a lot to reflect on and think about in here. And I appreciate the way this was written. I know it's supposed to be written that way. The plan is written in a way that an average person can understand. So I know Councilmember Tanaka was saying people would be surprised by some of this, but I think it's very helpful information, well written. This is a statutory requirement, and we do hope to get some of those revolving loan funds. So I'm happy to support it, and I thank staff for their thoughtful work.
Okay. Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, thanks. So my understanding is that Menlo Park has written a letter along the lines of what Peter Dreckmeyer had requested that we do as well, that might benefit us going forward. And so can we hear from staff whether there's any downside to providing the letter that would encourage SFPUC to include in an appendix that would analyze the impact of on water supply if in the future the commission SFPUC decides to reduce the length of the design drought by a year?
I mean, I think that there are, an endless number of scenarios that could be provided in an appendix, and that, the SFPUC is adopting their urban water management plan tomorrow. So, and, the climate study is well underway, and there will be a review of the design drought at that time.
But no downside to us to write such a letter then?
Not from staff's point of view.
Okay, great. So then I would like to offer as an amendment that the city send a letter to SFPUC that encourages them to include an appendix in the plan that we could then incorporate in our plan that would analyze the impact of the SFPUC in the future, reducing the length of the design drought by 1 year.
Yeah, I'll accept that.
Yeah, I regret that I can't accept that. And it's for the same reason I mentioned earlier about the analyses that have been provided, all being backward looking and not forward looking in terms of climate. So I'm very interested in seeing the results of the SFPUC, and I look forward to attending the SFPUC workshops. I don't know how many they'll have on it, but until then, I'm not prepared to say that the design drought should be shortened.
Okay, so it's actually, the wording is a little different from how you characterized it, but I'd like to then go ahead and offer that as an amendment. And whether the mayor or someone else is willing to second it, I'll wait.
Yep, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. So then just speaking to it briefly, I don't see any real downside that's significant to this. And it would only allow us to modify our plan in a favorable way should the SFPUC agree and adopt this appendix. So looks to me like there's an upside to it and not a downside, and therefore that's why I think it's a good thing to add. It's not a big change, but a good step.
And it's PUC to the clerk. Okay, so Councilmember Cormack, you want to speak to the amendment?
No, it's Stone.
Oh, yeah. Councilmember Stone and then Councilmember Cormack.
I don't really have anything additional to add. I think the Vice Mayor articulated it well. I concur with his logic and reasoning, and I agree. I don't see a downside to doing this, and appreciate staff's clarification as well on that. So, thank you.
Okay, and Councilmember Cormack.
Ms. Daly, did you say that the SFPUC is approving their plan tomorrow?
That's correct.
So even if we were to send a letter tomorrow, what time is their meeting?
I'm not sure what time the meeting is. Nicole, do you know?
Their meeting is at 1:30 tomorrow.
Okay, like the workshop. Yeah, I'm not sure it makes sense to have staff. As a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure it doesn't make sense to have staff spend time sending a letter for something that's tomorrow. I'm not even sure that it could go through the process, given that we'll probably end at midnight. And so unfortunately, I can't support this. I appreciate the interest in understanding the model. And I encourage my colleagues to think about the fact that the model could go either way.
I might add also to that point, just in terms of the logistics of a letter, I think it's the council's typical practice to want to be involved in the drafting of a letter. So unless you want to either delegate that to staff or to write it tonight, I think that's something we would need clarity on.
Well, just then as the maker to clarify, first, we often delegate that to staff to compose and authorize the mayor to approve. So I don't think that's at all unusual. But in terms of the urgency, I'm not sure that the only potential impact is whether it would be received tomorrow to influence that decision. Would they be able to subsequently add an appendix? It's after they've done their full approval.
Carla, do you want me to answer that?
Sure.
Well, my understanding is that they would have to go through another public hearing. So that would not be a staff-driven activity. It would be having another, publishing an amendment to their urban water management plan, and then going through public review and a public hearing, and then resubmittal to the state.
And through the chair, can we ask if Peter Druckmeyer is still on, if we can hear his perspective on the utility of the letter, given this hearing tomorrow?
Yeah, I'll allow it. Is he still here? Yep. Can the clerk unmute Peter, or Peter, can you answer the question?
There he is. Let's see.
Okay, I'm unmuted now.
There we go.
So I think a vote would be very beneficial. If you got a letter in tomorrow before the meeting, I will reference it. Even if you don't get a letter in prior to the meeting, I will mention it at the meeting tomorrow. I think it will have some sway. It's a good, smart commission. Seems to me that they're leaning towards making this consideration after doing due diligence. and it would help us. So I appreciate the motion and the second and hope you will approve it.
Okay, so given that even being able to convey that the council took this action could have some influence as soon as tomorrow, even if the letter's not there, then I think that's a good basis to go ahead and do this action.
Okay, so Greg, I'm going to go ahead and let you comment, but I just want to, we have a big item we need to get to, so, or just to get to voting. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, so I guess because it's hard for me to know also, like, are we going to be in a drought or not, right? And so I'm trying to understand, if we do this, what does this mean? Actually, I'll be curious to get Commissioner Scharf's take on this amendment. I don't know if Commissioner Scharf, do you have an opinion on this?
You know, we at the UAC did not discuss this, and I hate to punt, but I was speaking for the UAC, and I don't really want to give a personal opinion on this, frankly.
Okay. And what's the downside from the staff's point of view on this?
Again, if I could, again, just request that clarification as to how this letter gets drafted. I appreciate the practice or the precedent of a variety of means that happens, but again, just seeking clarity so that we can minimize the staff effort that will be involved in this.
Okay, so then I can respond to that then. So just to add that the to request staff to provide a letter for the mayor's approval and indicating the council position on this matter. If it can get out tomorrow morning, great. If not, then that's okay.
And the wording of this says reducing the design drought by 1 year. Design drought, does that mean reducing the forecast of the drought by 1 year? Is that what it's saying? Or what is it?
Yeah, and the impact potentially would improve our allocation if it was adopted, is my understanding.
Well, to be clear, it would change the projected water supply shortfall.
Are you finished?
Yes.
Well, okay. So I heard two slightly different things here. So, so you're saying that by doing this, it's saying that, okay, so what we're trying to do here is we're trying to say that the droughts will be pushed out by 1 year, right? So instead of 2023, it's gonna be 2024, right? Is that basically what we're trying to do here? No? Okay, can you guys explain then what are we trying to do here?
Would you like me to
Please,
provide some clarity for what I think is the request? So in its long-term planning, San Francisco has what they call a design drought that they use to model how the system would perform, how it would operate during a future drought scenario. And so that design drought is 8.5 years long. And so that generates, when you do this long-term forecasting, you look at your projected demands and you then look at your design drought, and the result is, you have your projected shortfall, as Ms. Daly said. Mr. Druckmeyer has asked that you request the PUC to shorten that 8.5-year design drought in their long-term planning by 1 year. It doesn't clarify which year, but just 1 year out of those 8.5 years, and ask them to rerun their long-term planning model with the assumption that that then would result in less future cutbacks during a drought scenario. And that he put that information in an appendix, the PUC put that information in an appendix in their urban water management plan, with the presumption that then you could point to it if that ended up being the change to the design drought that they adopt as a policy next fall.
But couldn't it go the other way too? I mean, it could also show us in a worse position.
Well, it could show you were in a worse position, or I think to get to Councilmember Cormack's question, you know, to look at the changes in policy that the PUC is going to look at, they're going to look at, you know, the science-driven information. You know, there's no guarantee it's going to shorten the design drought. It could lengthen the design drought. I mean, totally modify it, but that could also be lengthen the design drought. So it's unclear how this request really connects with what is the planned policy review of this issue by the SFPUC and how they intend to incorporate it into their discussions in the fall.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Filsa.
Yeah, thanks. So it sounds to me like this letter is going to be, the entire use of this letter is so that Peter can say tomorrow morning, yeah, Palo Alto wants an appendix too. And so the letter should be like 3 sentences long and cribs everything from Menlo Park. Is that my understanding?
That's what I'm hearing.
So, okay. Staff should spend, like, you know, as little time as possible on the letter. Okay, thanks.
Okay, let's vote on the amendment. We are starting with Councilmember Ku.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
No.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
No.
I will vote yes, and Councilmember Filsa.
Okay.
Okay, so that was a 5-2. Let's go ahead and vote on the motion with the amendment incorporated. Starting with Councilmember Cormack, you have another comment?
May I ask you to split the motion, please?
Well, I will split it. Can I assume that the vote on the second part will be the same as the vote we just took?
Yes. I mean, on
All right.
my part, I can't say how other people are going to vote, but yes,
Hey,
I would like to
Tanaka?
support the plan.
Yeah. And Councilmember Tanaka, would, if splitting the vote, you would vote no on the letter?
Yeah.
Okay. So if it's all right, unless there's any objection from council, we are just voting on the first part, and we will assume there are 2 new votes on the second part. Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
And Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
I vote yes. Councilmember Filsa.
Yep.
And Councilmember Ku.
Yes.
Okay, so part A was 7-0, part B was 5-2. Okay, thank you. So we're now on to our last action item of the night, which is a discussion on the budget. And really, this is the time for council to weigh in when the budget comes to us, and our next to last meeting of the year. It will not really be a time for substantial changes to that at that point. So would staff like to go ahead and get us started?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Du Bois. Kylie Noze, Administrative Services Director, and Ms. Christine Peras, our Assistant Director, will guide you through the presentation. Just to reiterate what Mayor Du Bois said, ultimately staff added this additional council item here on the 7th after the Finance Committee review on May 25th to provide the council time to make continued adjustments to this budget. However, in anticipation of the 21st, staff does need time to dot all the I's, cross all the T's to actually prepare an ordinance for council adoption on the 21st. So please don't hold back major adjustments that you or your colleagues may be considering tonight, because tonight's the night for you to make those final adjustments so that staff can prepare the actual ordinance for your adoption and consideration on the 21st of June. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Cross, who will help guide you through. Christine?
Thank you very much, Director Nozay. Hi, this is Christine Paras, Assistant Director of Administrative Services. Before you tonight, and thank you all for your hard work during the month of May. It's been a very interesting and good budget season. So before you tonight, we wanted to outline the framework and discussion for consideration by the council, which includes review of the 2022 proposed operating and capital budgets, muni fee schedule, and municipal fee schedule, review the 2022 through 2025 capital plan. And this third bullet is to review and accept the alternative balancing strategy in the event the city does not reach agreement concessions with labor groups, and to utilize the current unallocated 1.7 million in the general fund for that purpose. Should the city be successful at obtaining labor concessions, the part B of this recommendation would be to place the remaining 1.7 million in unallocated funds to the BSR. I just want to note that as of today, this evening, staff has not yet reached agreement with any of the city's labor groups for a zero wage increase for 2022. And this action cannot be taken unilaterally. Finally, the last piece component of tonight's discussion will be to review and provide direction on the City Council Finance Committee's recommended plan for funding the Roth Building Rehabilitation Project. The next two slides summarizes the Finance Committee recommendations. The first part of it, Part A, is regarding the operating and capital budgets, muni fee schedule, and capital plan. And discusses how to use the remaining 1.7 million in unallocated funds towards either balancing should the city not achieve labor concessions, and should the city be successful at achieving labor concessions, to forward the remaining balance to the budget stabilization reserve and retitle that reserve to the council recovery reserve. The second component of the Finance Committee recommendation is to direct staff to prepare two scenarios for refurbishing the Roth building. Parts of this scenario include research of the feasibility of a 4 million 0% interest loan for 18 months from the Fiber Optics Fund to fund the museum, with the option that this loan be repaid by potential federal government community infrastructure grants. The second component of this financial scenario is to utilize 2 million in Stanford University Medical Center funding from the development agreement from the community and infrastructure funds expense category, and utilize 350,000 in impact fees for parks that will go towards the restroom of the Roth building. And also research the possibility of reallocating park impact fees to the Rinconada renovation project in lieu of community center funds. So if you recall, in the budget wrap memo, we included a table that outlined the funding for the Rinconada and JMZ Museum. I'm sorry, it's actually in tonight's staff report. And you'll note that those two projects are funded by the community impact fee funds, special revenue funds. So the last phrase in this recommendation is to use 1.65 million in community center funds and defund Rinconada Park program. Addressing part A of the Finance Committee's recommendation to Council, we wanted to summarize for you quickly The status of recommended adjustments. So you'll see on this slide, this is general fund. We condensed the table. It's in your staff report on pages 4 to 7. This item was in late packet in case folks are trying to locate it. And it's about a 2-page listing of City Council and Finance Committee's recommended changes to the proposed budget. I included some highlights on this slide that are worth noting. We did incorporate the 60-40 split of ARPA and use of the ARPA reserve. I believe that was an item that the City Council moved to change in the proposed budget. We also included a draw from the budget stabilization reserve of $2.5 million. And this would approximately set the BSR at 17% of 2022 expenditures. One other item to note, since you are council and this is your contingency, the council contingency was reduced from 125,000 to 100,000. And it also includes the various restorations we outlined in the staff report. You'll note in the staff report, the total is a savings, or I like to call it unallocated use of funds of 1.7 in the staff report. And on this slide, we have 1.6. This is our current estimate as of tonight. Where staff is continuing to refine and do detailed level of review of the final actions and ensure accuracy. So we found a change of 0.1 million there. So going forward, we will be, and you should probably expect to see, including any other changes presented tonight and adopted by council, that number flowing through the staff report going to packet this Thursday. The next slide summarizes other funds. Various changes in that. Just to summarize for everybody, add phase 4 of Charleston Orostadero in the Capital Improvement Fund and SUMC Fund. Adjust the commodity purchases in gas. Reduce the funding allocation to the TMA to 150. I believe there was an at-place memo that discussed this change. Increase CDBG annual funding allocation by about $8,000. There was an update to the funding levels for this. We received revised gas tax estimates and those were reduced by 132,000. Reclassification of 5 positions from a field service inspector to a water, gas, wastewater, utilities field service inspector and utilities. And finally, the last item we wanted to include a placeholder on this table was funding for the Roth building phase 1. So these items are outlined in the budget wrap memo that was presented to the Finance Committee on the 25th, along with tonight's staff report. The second component of this presentation is regarding Roth, and trying to summarize what was presented in the staff report in kind of a table, love tables, and tried to outline the various items that the Finance Committee directed staff to research, and also provide information on really the legal boundaries of which those funds are restricted, and other considerations to think about as we determine the funding scenario for this phase of the project. And finally, the last column includes potential dollar amounts. So the first item is the loan from the Fiber Optics Fund, 0% interest, 18 months, and to be repaid if Palo Alto Museum is awarded the Federal Community Project Grant. Legal boundaries here is, fortunately, this particular item as of now legally is not regulated by Proposition 218 or Proposition 26. The city is not obligated to expend revenues generated from charges to fiber customers, only on a provision of fiber services. Other considerations is that federal funding is not guaranteed, and a decision of whether or not we are awarded the grant will not be until October 2021. I think in the staff report too, we have noted a couple other things that are good things to consider too. One of which on page 8, kind of the second to the last paragraph, prudent management suggests that sufficient funds be maintained in the fiber optic funds to cover ongoing maintenance and operational needs, as well as a cushion for unexpected expenditures. So that's one other thing to consider as we work through the funding scenario for Roth and use of these funds. The second item that staff did homework on is to utilize the SUMC funding from the Community Health and Safety and Infrastructure Affordable Housing expense categories. We spoke to legal. It is a development agreement that outlines different requirements for each expense category, which staff is looking into and researching. Based on our review of it, of the development agreement, the only category that is eligible within the SUMC fund is to spend on Roth is the infrastructure and affordable housing funds category. So within that category, as of now, Fire Station 4 is funded out of that category at approximately $8.9 million. Using this particular bucket of funds would require us to reallocate planned use of SUMC expenditures, find alternative funding sources for potential projects, or reprioritize or defund particular projects. So working through that item can also be a potential. And then finally, the last thing we looked at regarding Roth and its funding scenario is to reallocate park impact fees to the Rinconada Park improvements. Right now, Rinconada Park, I think I mentioned earlier, and the JMZ are, Rinconada Park improvements are funded by community center fees. Arguably, that could be reallocated to another bucket, and those community center fees be used to fund the Roth building. As far as legal boundaries for this item, staff is researching the eligibility of using community center impact fees for Roth, as the project was not specifically listed as part of the most recent Nexus study for this particular impact fee in 2021. So that's another consideration and an item that would need follow-up. Moving along, and I'm happy to return to any of these slides should we need to. Finally, on this table describing the Roth building funding options, we decided to start at the very top with the total funding need and list out available financial support and pledges and give you a running total of committed funding sources. Down below, immediately below those are the potential additional funding sources we just discussed, as well as a range of how much potentially council can decide to allocate. I should also note in the green on the right side of the slide that this does not include the federal funding support of up to about 4.5 million of rehabilitation costs that were submitted as part of the community project funding request from Representative Ashute. Considering this is a budget item, and as we've said throughout the process this year, throughout the year, providing quarterly financial updates is very key in managing our finances here and balancing. So I wanted to throw in one slide that discusses the third quarter financial highlights. This staff report went to packet last Thursday, and it is on the June 14th consent calendar. Overall, as of now for third quarter, Citywide, departments and funds are trending as expected from the mid-year budget. Earlier in May, we provided the Finance Committee and Council an estimate identifying an approximately 2 to 3.5 million in general fund surplus. We're very optimistic that based on local trends, I was kind of listening to the discussion earlier of just town and country and how it's been crowded. I mean, to me, that's an indicator that we may end up with a larger surplus by year end. And we're constantly reviewing trends and monitoring all of that. So that's one other item I wanted to highlight here. And in addition, if you haven't heard already, the city has received its first distribution of ARPA totaling 6.85 million. And we recommend that these funds be reserved in the non-departmental fund and in alignment with assumptions in the recommended 2022 budget. So this next slide outlines specific actions for council consideration, which are to review the 2022 operating and capital budgets and municipal fee schedule in alignment with the work completed by the committee and council this past month. Review and accept the capital plan as amended, any actions outlined in this report. Review and accept the alternative balancing strategy in the event that the city does not receive agreement with labor groups on concessions. And should we do receive agreement with labor concessions, that remaining balance be allocated to the budget stabilization reserve. And finally, review the Finance Committee's recommended plan for funding the Roth building, along with additional information we've provided to you tonight, as requested by the committee. That concludes my presentation, and I'll turn it back to the council for any questions or comments.
Yeah, I want to go to the Councilmember Cormack as chair of the Finance Committee. If you want to add any color.
I think the color I'll add is that it was quite an unusual circumstance since I'll just speak for myself. You know, I followed the council's instructions to implement what the majority indicated, but I'm on record as saying that I, won't be able to support the budget in this format. So it was a bit odd, and I'll just leave it at that, and we'll let the discussion go from there. While I have the floor, though, might it be possible to have a 5-minute break at some point?
Yeah, I guess we could either take a break at the same time, or we could treat this like a normal council meeting. Just take a break when you need one.
Well, but we're going to have the
Council
public
members-
now. We're going to have the public come now,
Right.
and yeah.
Yeah, usually council members want to take a break. Nod of heads.
Yeah.
Okay, let's take a 5-minute break. We'll come back at, well, let's call it a 9-minute break. We'll come back at 9:15.
Thanks.
Okay, it's always hard to go to the public after a break. Maybe we should go to the public first, but hopefully people are back and not on time delay. But let's go ahead and start public comment on the budget. And Beth, maybe we could leave it open a little bit longer just in case. Thanks.
Sure, Mayor Du Bois. Any members of the public that wish to speak to the budget, please raise your hand at this time. You will have 2 minutes to speak. Our first speaker is John Northway, to be followed by Colleen Braff and then Margaret Chai Maloney. John, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. I'm John Northway, architect and board member of the Palo Alto Museum. While practicing architecture in Palo Alto for 40+ years, I did several remodels of the Roth Building. I became very familiar with the structural problems and talked with my mentor, Clerk, about the design of the building. The walls are constructed out of hollow clay tile, which makes the building an unreinforced masonry building. This type of building is very vulnerable and dangerous in an earthquake. The structural study was done while the Roth Building was still owned by the Medical Foundation, and a cost estimate was prepared by Vance Brown Construction. At that time, approximately 20 years ago, the cost was $5.5 million. Time and inflation has increased the cost to $10.5 million. The building cannot be occupied for any use until the rehabilitation work is complete. It is currently a very unsafe building. The Palo Alto Museum has an active building permit based on approved plans and is ready to commence construction. The permit is good for 6 months after the shelter-in-place orders are lifted. The permit can be renewed one time for 6 months if rehab is not accomplished under this current permit. Not only does the building permit languish, but the cost will escalate because the plans will have to be updated. Now is the time to act. Construction costs are down because of the pandemic, but will go up as the economy opens up. The grants that Joe Simidian supported from the county are time sensitive and will expire if not used in a timely manner. Of the $10.5 million construction costs, $6 million was enabled by the Palo Alto Museum. Remaining $4.5 million should appropriately come from the city to upgrade this important city asset. This is the fastest and most economical path to the rehabilitation of the Roth Building. It is nonetheless important to preserve the city treasure for the community. As a side note, my pediatrician was Dr. Etsy Clark, housed in the Roth Building. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Our next speaker is Colleen Braff, to be followed by Margaret Chai Maloney and then Deborah Shepherd. Colleen, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Colleen Braff, and I'm the 4th generation of the Thoits family, who were pioneers in this town more than 125 years ago. My great-great-grandfather, Edward K. Thoits, came to Palo Alto in 1893, so his 2 sons could attend the newly opened Stanford University. EK owned the Thoits shoe store on University and took interest in every proposed public improvement. He was proud of the growth of Palo Alto, and he had great faith that the future of the town would be successful. His 2 sons, the original Thoits brothers, became leaders in the community as well. EC was on the board of freeholders that drafted the city charter in 1909. He was also a city council member for more than 40 years, including 2 terms as mayor. Willis, his brother, was a founder and president of the Palo Alto Mutual Building and Loan Association. He helped homeowners and merchants survive the Great Depression. His son, who you may remember, was Warren Thoits, who carried on the tradition of giving back to Palo Alto by selflessly contributing his time and resources. He was honored with a Tall Tree Award for Outstanding Professional in 2000. My great uncle Warren and the generations before him left a legacy of generosity to this community. We need a museum to showcase the many influential people in our town and their inspirational stories. As a board member of PAHA, I understand firsthand the need for the archives to have a safe new home as well. The Cubberley classroom is piled high. If you haven't been yet, I encourage you to come see for yourselves how we're busting at the seams. The museum would be safely housed in the museum would safely house Palo Alto's treasured archives and give the Historical Association a proper new home. Lastly, as an architectural designer, I agree with what John just mentioned about inflation. The longer we wait, the more it will cost. I know that the Clerk Roth building desperately needs to be saved from disrepair. The building has its own story to be highlighted and shared, and there's no better home for the History Museum than a historic Clerk building. On behalf of the Thwaites family, I encourage your leadership to allocate funds to partner with the Palo Alto Museum so that it can finally break ground. Thank you.
Thank you, Colleen. Our next speaker is Margaret Chai Maloney, to be followed by Deborah Shepherd and then Georgie Glein. Margaret, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Margaret Chai Maloney. I'm a Palo Alto resident since 2002, a mother of 3 daughters, all who attend our local public schools, the director of the Palo Alto Educational Group, and I'm on the board of the Executive Committee and board member of the Fulbright Foreign Scholarship Board. Tonight, I'm speaking on behalf of the 10 other Palo Alto resident families, as well as my own. We strongly implore council to approve and fund the Palo Alto History Museum. Currently, we suffer from a dearth of local materials on our local history. We are truly interested in having easy, available access to our local history archives. We're desperate for our children that are in grades 2 to 4 and studying local history to have these additional resources available. We also wish that we could already have the museum and facilities available to families using Heritage Park, from food concessions to restrooms, exhibits, especially during rainy and cold days, the archives, and the additional meeting rooms and speaker series. So many in our community have such an emphasis on tech and the future. Please allow our children to have a broader, more balanced perspective and more fully, not myopically, see our community in the context of a broad historic horizon. We, the Feng, Hassan, Hiremath, Malik, Wei, Maloney, Jin, Jia, and Wu families, amongst many others, implore you to be on the right side of history and vote in favor of funding the Palo Alto History Museum. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Margaret. Our next speaker is Deborah Shepherd, to be followed by Georgie Glein and then Kimberly Wong. Deborah, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I'm speaking tonight as a resident of Palo Alto, but I wanted to acknowledge that I also serve as vice chair of the Historic Resources Board in Palo Alto. And I am a commissioner of the Historic Heritage Commission in Santa Clara County. And the county has already approved 3 significant grants, given the funds that they have to work with. 2 are to fully fund the roof. And 1/2 of the funds needed to restore the murals on the exterior, which were painted by Victor Arnautoff, who I think many in the Bay Area know from his work at Coit Tower. So my personal experience is informed by that, but I think I want to back up and just say I'm here to encourage the City Council to support the Palo Alto Museum and the preservation of the Roth building. I think the opportunity to have this museum in Palo Alto is extraordinary. I moved here just a few years ago, having gone to Stanford and thinking that Palo Alto was about Stanford. And frankly, I was very wrong. It's not just about Silicon Valley either. And the only way to really understand that is to look at our history, learn about the Chinese American community who was here, the African American community, the history of music. It's amazing who's come through this town. The early electronics industry. We need these stories to be told, and this will be a place that will generate activity downtown. It will bring people to our community and will benefit the people who live here. So I just want to say in closing, construction plans are approved, permits have been issued. This project is shovel ready, We don't have much time left. The building is indeed very fragile. This has gone on for too long. It's the best readaptive use. Frankly, there is no other great idea for this extraordinary Burge Clark building, which is a National Register property, and it's embarrassment that we have not been able to support all the independent fundraising that has gone on, the commitment from the county. The city should go forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. Our next speaker is Georgie Glein, to be followed by Kimberly Wong and then Nelson Ng. Georgie, go ahead. You have 2 minutes. Georgie, you need to unmute from your end.
My apology. Good evening, and honorable mayor and council members, thank you for the time. I'm a Palo Alto native, a resident, and owner of a 90-year-old business here in town, and also was a patient of Dr. Esther Clark, by the way. I'm also president of Palo Alto Historical Association, otherwise known as PAHA. Through the city library, PAHA is charged with maintaining and preserving the city-owned historical archives, currently housed in that very packed classroom at Coverly Community Center. Our digitally preserved film archives, including wonderful films from the Children's Theater, are currently housed in the basement of the Rinconada Library. These archives should be maintained in a single, proper, climate-controlled environment, which will continue to preserve them for future generations who are doing research into events, people, and places in Palo Alto. This need will be filled by the preserved and restored Roth building. Side benefits have also already been mentioned, such as the bathroom, community meeting spaces, etc. The project, as mentioned, is shovel-ready. Given approval, we could have it completed in less than a year. We've also been advised by our contractor that we have an advantageous window of time right now, as prices of some of our subcontractors will be lower due to COVID-caused delays on other projects. This window won't last for long. Palo Alto has an enviable and very well-used library system thanks to the dedication and vision of residents past and current. It's only right that we also have a safe and secure place to house the city archives, and that should be the historic Roth building. Thank you.
Thank you, Georgie. Our next speaker is Kimberly Wong, to be followed by Nelson Ng and then Jeremy Ehrman. Kimberly, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. As a longtime Palo Alto resident with deep roots in the city since 1900, when my grandfather began life in America as a Stanford cook, I asked the city council to approve funding of the Roth building rehabilitation for the Palo Alto Museum. It is such a crucial venue to tell his story, as well as stories of many other notable residents of Palo Alto. Had this museum been built years ago, my kids could have invited their classmates to the museum, where their grandmother could share stories of her father owning the first legal Chinese-run restaurant in Palo Alto, of being delivered by Palo Alto's first female doctor, Dr. Edith Johnson, of participating on the Mayfed International floats featuring children of various descents, Japanese, Chinese, American, Indian, etc., in the 1930s. For more recent immigrants, stories such as these could profoundly affect their sense of belonging by knowing that other nationalities were incorporated into the fabric of Palo Alto's community from the very beginning. In light of the most recent hate crimes, it is more important than ever to understand each other's heritage, to work together as a community. And having a museum to house the amazing Palo Alto archives, where I discovered some of these stories, is important, as plans to redevelop the Coverly site, where it is housed now, is so uncertain. I ask that the city council approve the budget for building the Palo Alto Museum, which would provide a window to our city's past, to create a sense of inclusion in our community, and as a hub where families can gather at Heritage Park, visit the museum, play on play structure. And it'll be important to have a public restroom to support visitors who will gather at such a vital center. Thank you.
Thank you, Kimberly. Our next speaker is Nelson Ng, to be followed by Jeremy Ehrman and then Terry Holzmer. Nelson, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, actually, my time is part of Rich Green's speech.
Okay, I'll go ahead and mute you. Thank you. Our next speaker is Jeremy Ehrman, to be followed by Terry Holzmer and Amanda Brown. Jeremy, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, City Council and Finance Committee, for recommending a budget that avoids most of the originally proposed cuts and also starts to explore ways to restore services. I know that this is not an easy decision for everyone and that everyone doesn't agree, but I really think that this is important for the moment that we're in, because we're just starting to come out of COVID. And for many people, our lives have been constricted the last year. People have lost jobs. There's been lack of opportunities. Programs have been canceled, especially for children. I really think that, the city needs to use every opportunity it has to keep services and to restore services. And so I really urge the council to really look for ways to do that, thinking outside the box if they have to. I just think that otherwise it'll just exacerbate and continue the problems of the last year. And so creative funding really needs to be done. I'm a little worried at the fact that the city keeps saying they haven't reached concessions with labor unions, and they keep banking on that. The same thing happened last year. So I really hope that they actually compromise and negotiate and not just dictate terms. One thing the city staff can do unilaterally, though, is they can take a pay cut, which they did last year. In fact, last year, originally, the original proposed pay cut for the management and professionals and city manager equaled something like $3 million, which is more than the savings they're trying to get this year. So I'd really urge the city staff to look at taking a pay cut again. They're extremely lucky, frankly, to have well-paying jobs right now, and so many of us are out of work. And this is money that would go directly into city programs. So I really think, everyone who works in the city kind of needs to ask themselves, what's their best move right now to make the city as strong as it is and to support the community and services, because so many people have suffered so much. And this is a unique situation. So just to say, well, we don't have the money, I really feel you need to step up and really find ways to find the money. Put a giant robot in front of City Hall and ask for donations. It used to work for the Junior Museum in Zoom. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. Our next speaker is Terry Holzmer, to be followed by Amanda Brown and then Carol Scott. Terry, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. As I've spoken to the council before on this issue, I hope the city will move forward with funding for the Palo Alto History Museum. As a teacher in the school district here, I've seen the excitement, really the interest of our youth in understanding Palo Alto's past, from its early Spanish explorers to today's entrepreneurs. The time has really come to properly see the rehabilitation of the Roth building and to build a museum not only for Palo Altans, but for our entire region, one that recognizes our past, but also in hope for our future as well. I urge you to support the process in moving this rehabilitation forward and allowing impact fees and those from the Stanford Medical Center to be used to move this project appropriately forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Terry. Our next speaker is Amanda Brown, to be followed by Carol Scott and then Karen Kwan. Amanda, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Amanda Brown. I grew up here in Palo Alto and attended Bonner Brioni's, JLS, and Gunn. I fell in love with history here in the city and eventually achieved 2 degrees in the subject. But looking back, I realized I had little access to my own town's public history and how this city connects to the United States and the world at large. As citizens of Palo Alto, we have a responsibility to preserve town history. We have new residents every day that move into this town and have no idea where it's been or where it could go. Cities all around the country, no matter how small, have local history museums. Even cities like Conway, Arkansas, where I attended college, has a museum that promotes, preserves, and educates their locals and visitors to the town about their history and how they exist within the state and the world itself. How can a city like Conway with a similar population size have a museum, yet Palo Alto, the pioneers in technology, gifted with the unyielding entrepreneurial spirit, do not? Palo Alto is a city that's slowly losing everything unique about it. The bowling alley, Ambassador Toys, Palo Alto Sport and Toy World, Prolific Oven, and other long-established businesses like the Nut House that many have gathered to create and change how we live our lives. People who were instrumental in changing the world are now gone. We are in desperate need for a home for our history, the archives, and a multifaceted meeting center for the local community and our surrounding neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. Our next speaker is Carol Scott, to be followed by Karen Kwan, and then Jonathan Ehrman. Carol, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. And I believe, Ms. Minor, City Clerk, you were going to allow me to share my screen this evening.
Yes, let me move you up.
All right, let's see if we can make this work. It says I can't start sharing unless the other, there we go. Maybe this will happen now.
Yeah, you should be able to now.
There we go. Oops, let's go back here. Try one more time. There we go. All right. I will mercifully, maybe perhaps not be talking about the Palo Alto Museum. Instead, what I'm going to ask you about is a small item in the budget presentation. It was listed as new, and it's a small item on page 3, item 10 in the staff report, which says that we'll, in the budget process, to consider an increase to residential parking permit fees to 10% higher than garages and appropriate fee levels at 2019 or 2020 rates. And I will first say that I definitely applaud the effort to price residential permit fees higher than the garages, because we have always hoped that, in fact, we would encourage people to park in the garages rather than in the neighborhoods. But there are 3 issues here with this current proposal. First of all, before we begin, I'd like for you to take a look at what parking garages are and what Evergreen Park is. If you'll see on the left of your screen, these are parking garages and parking lots, including the brand new 600 spot garage on Sherman Avenue. On the right, this is not a parking lot. This is a residential neighborhood. This is Evergreen Park. And some of you may or may not ever have been in Evergreen Park and have really no idea what it looks like, but I assure you that it is a residential neighborhood, and it includes the wonderful Pierce Park. So I have 3 questions for you. Why is the city selling employee parking permits in the Evergreen Park RPP when the city garages and lots are not full, even at the peak noon hour? And I will just say that we do have the data to show this, that one of my colleagues and friends has been monitoring parking capacity and parking usage every 2 weeks for the past several months, and including one just 2 weeks ago. So we do have data about the occupancy and vacancy in those parking lots and garages. As you will recall, when the staff came forward with the presentation about the CalApp garage and the Evergreen Park RPP last November, it was directed to come back to the council with a comprehensive plan. So far, we have seen nothing like that. So this is a very piecemeal part of that issue that is sneaking in under the budget and finance guides rather than dealing with the issue itself. Second, I'd like to know why
you want to sum up?
Are
Carol, if you want to sum up.
Points that I will go on. Sorry?
Yes. Yeah, go
I'd
ahead
like-
and finish your point. Your 2 minutes are up.
Thank you. We'd like to ask about I think the most important part is if the city has to sell the health and safety of children and adults in Evergreen Park, why so cheap? A 10% differential is a roughly 30 to 35 cents difference a day. That is really beneath the dignity of the children and the adults in Evergreen Park. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Our next speaker is Karen Kwan, to be followed by Jonathan Ehrman, and then Rich Green, who will be presenting for several people. Karen, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. Good evening. I'm Karen Kwan, Director of Development with the Palo Alto Arts Center Foundation, the fundraising and advocacy arm of the Art Center since 1973. We're deeply appreciative that the Council is recommending full restoration of the proposed FY22 cuts. Today, I'd like to ask for a partial restoration of FY21 cuts with available yet unallocated dollars, as well as additional funding made available by the federal government. And per staff's report, the outlook for economic recovery appears optimistic, and there will be a general fund surplus. This is a time to reinvest in our community to ensure as full a recovery as soon as possible. In FY21, the Art Center experienced a reduction of $364,000, a loss of 4.26 FTE, and additional non-staffing cuts. These represented the most impactful reductions to the center in its 50-year history. Despite the challenges of these reductions and the impact of COVID-19, the Art Center remains committed to meeting community needs for arts programs. However, the staff are stretched thin, and this will not be sustainable long-term. Providing restorations for FY21 reductions would be critical for the Art Center's sustainability and the recovery of the community. For $25,000, we could have a restoration of 2 key positions in our children's program. For another $25,000, it would allow us to rehire house managers and hire a visitor service assistant to provide additional front desk coverage and rental staffing. Combined, it would likely generate at least $15,000 in revenue for the city through classes, rentals, and other earned revenue. Essentially, $50,000 would make a significant difference for the Arts Center in both providing services to children and families and in generating additional revenue for the city. That is a $35,000 net expense when accounting for at least $15,000 anticipated revenue. I urge you to consider making a small investment not only for earned revenue, but also for big community impact. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Jeremy, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Be Jonathan.
Okay, they lost connection. Let me go down and get Jonathan. Jonathan, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Ah, there's the unmute. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Great. Thank you. Hi, good evening. I just want to say, at a certain point, you have to give things to people. You have to share. We all agree that saving up is great and preparing is great, but at a certain point you have to say, what is that for? And you actually have to use it. If we have reserves and whatnot, there's a reason. And at a certain point you have to say, now we're at the point where we use stuff, balancing, your one goal, there's a couple of things here. You have to balance the budget, which is your requirement. But that is really an academic exercise. It's sleight of hand, right? It's not exactly real. It's abstract because you don't know exactly what the revenue will be. So you're guessing. So what you have to do here, the process here is simply coming up with a process that satisfies the requirement of coming up with a balanced budget. But we can't lose sight of the fact that what we're actually talking about are things that involve people and services, our lives, our community. And so we have to design something which takes that into account. And also, if things go better than expected, we have to make sure that we haven't thrown out the baby with the bathwater, thinking that the bathtub was, smaller than it turns out that we actually have more space than we thought. So my feeling is that you really need to remember that you're dealing with people here, with human beings who are going to be living in this community. And if you're not thinking about how things relate to the past and history, and you just you just eliminate positions without realizing why they're there, I think it's dangerous. So I think when we talk about the hard lines of, well, we have to be fiscally responsible. Yes, but that responsibility, like I said, is not exactly. We don't have all the facts in front of us, and so it's not fair to say it like it's just set in stone. And we keep hearing this phrase, zero-sum game. Ultimately, we're dealing with people. We can share, we can give things to our neighbors, we can help people out. So that's what's important.
Thank you, Jonathan. Our next speaker is Rich Green, who will be speaking for Laura Bajak, Nelson Ing, Hal Mickelson, Doug Kreitz, and Karen Holman. Rich, go ahead. You have, 6 minutes, Mayor Du Bois, or?
I think we've been saying 8.
Okay, 8 minutes.
Okay,
Rich,
thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Am I allowed to share a few slides?
Let me move you up. Let me promote you.
Okay, unmuted. Are we good to go
There you
now?
go.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Rich Green. I'm the president of the Palo Alto History Museum. For over 10 years now, 8 years for me as a volunteer, we have in good faith worked in partnership with the city of Palo Alto toward a common goal. And that goal is to rehabilitate the Roth building. We're also working toward installing a much needed and strongly desired history museum and community center in the Roth building. I want to point out that we're not asking the city to fund the museum in any way. That will be funded under separate private sponsorship and donations. We're only talking about the city's rehabilitation of its own Roth building. But still, we have received mixed signals from past city councils which have challenged our fundraising ability. All we want to do is bring this history museum to the community. The Palo Alto Museum provides many essential public amenities not otherwise available. I'm not going to read this whole list, but we arranged to get this building on the National Register of Historic Places so that it would qualify for the TDRs, which we accomplished. It's got that public restroom out on Heritage Park, permanent home for the city-owned archives that we've heard already tonight. It's an incredible resource for second, third, and fourth graders who have otherwise no way to study local history directly. Community meeting and event spaces, which are mandated, by the way, in our lease and our conditional use permit, the Parkside Cafe, and so on. It's more than anything a place to become inspired. That's the meaning of a museum anyways. So moving ahead with the Palo Alto Museum is the fastest, most cost-effective way to rehabilitate the historic Roth building. The museum has invested over $1.8 million in architectural plans, permits, and fees. The Roth building rehabilitation, according to the Palo Alto Museum's architectural plans, is shovel ready right now. The building is in serious need of attention. Our general contractor, Vance Brown Construction, says this is the opportune time to move forward, meaning this summer. It's a one-time expense, 1 year, and we're done. I want to mention that the funding scenarios that we have identified over the past few months do not defund any earmarked projects, not at all. We're not defunding anything. And I also want to state that the federal grant that we're certainly hoping for through Anna Eshu's office is unknown. We're in competition with hundreds of applicants. We don't know that we're going to get that grant. Lots of associations and citizens support the museum effort in the Roth building, and we appreciate that support. We have an astounding cast of honorary chairs who are taking a leadership position to move this project forward. Dr. Claiborne Carson, Stanford University, Susan Packard Orr, Dr. Gloria Hom, Dr. David Kennedy, Stanford University, and Dr. Dean Clerk. We urged this council to approve funding for the rehabilitation of its historic Roth building so that it becomes the home of the Palo Alto Museum. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rich. Mayor Du Bois, that's our final speaker.
Okay, let's bring it back to council. Questions and comments on the budget. I'll jump in. I have some just clarifying questions, I think. Could staff kind of describe the difference between some of these contingency funds? So there's the council contingency, there is the recovery contingency. What's the difference? How would they be used or allocated? And for like the recovery contingency, why not just put that in the BSR?
Sure, I can take a stab at that. So the council contingent account is something that's actually outlined in our municipal code and is something that has historically been used for unfunded council mandates during the year that council's directed the city manager to do. And ultimately, the city manager, through a wet signature in coordination with the mayor, I use wet signature in quotes.
In a digital sense.
Yeah, in a digital sense, can allocate those funds from that contingent account to wherever that project specifically is. So an example of a prior use of that is airplane noise. I think there was at 1 year project or want to say consulting funding associated with some research or advocacy work on airplane noise, and therefore, at the behest of council, staff allocated that contingent account. And so if you notice, that action does not go to council for approval necessarily for an appropriation. So again, mayor, city manager coordination. The reserve that the finance committee set aside, the $500,000 reserve, is something that would be appropriated into a reserve and could be allocated with a majority vote by the council during the fiscal year for a project or allocation of their choosing. It could also, to your point, Mayor, be dropped down to the BSR. The BSR does require a 2/3 vote for appropriation of funds. I will say, we had a long discussion with the Finance Committee as to the discretion between the two, and staff wouldn't be comfortable if the council just started creating essentially a shadow BSR, a reserve that any excess funds drop into here and only require a majority vote. That would be viewed as probably circumventing, frankly, the statutory regulations, both in our charter as well as our municipal code. But if the reserve was established at a reasonable amount and also identified with some level of purpose, then that's where the committee landed, and that's why they also landed at, well, I don't know if it was a majority approval. It was a majority approval. I don't know if it was unanimous, 500,000.
Okay. I'll just say I'd be comfortable putting it in the BSR. I think we have a 2/3 vote for a reason. I'm also not that comfortable with saying it's for a particular purpose. And I think if it was in the BSR, we could use it where we need it in the next year. And then on page 10, there was some discussion about Rinconada and the JMZ. And I just was curious what the difference is between the 5.3 million that council committed to the JMZ and the 9.3 million that's mentioned on page 10. Where's the money that's the difference going? Or
Sure, all of that, the full 9.3 is going to both the combination of the Rinconada Park improvements as well as the Junior Museum and Zoo support. or the city's component of the support for the Junior Museum and Zoo build out. Prior to the JMZ project coming about, there was a project identified for park improvements at Rinconada Park. And so ultimately, when the JMZ project was moved forward, these two projects were essentially merged given their proximity. So the funding source of the full 9.3 is also on that table on that same page, so you can see the full amount.
But I guess it's just not super clear. Is the 4 million for Rinconada, or did we actually put more money into the JMZ?
It's the 4 million.
So there was 5.3 for the JMZ, and now we have this 9.3 total. So it's 3.9 million more. Is all of that for Rinconada?
I would need a little bit of help from Director Beggleston on this one. You recall?
Yeah, I can help with that. I think it's only in the neighborhood of 2 million or slightly more than that. That's for Rinconada Park itself. As far as the JMZ goes, there's that initial amount that's in the table. There was an additional 1 million. I think there's some funding for exhibits for the JMZ that's also coming out of one of these projects, as well as the funding for the temporary JMZ at Coverly Community Center.
So that's included in there as well. Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Kind of a laundry list of related items.
And then I'll ask one last question. So the one-time 300K ramp up fees, what is that being spent on?
So at this point, in all honesty, staff's not 100% sure. We anticipate that in order to even achieve what council has currently recommended for restoration and in all honesty, likely expects to be restored and providing those services as of July 1, staff has a big period ahead of them. Pretty much almost all positions that the council is recommending for restoration are vacant. And we cut all backfill or kind of redundancies last year. So we literally don't have necessarily the staff or the contractors on staff in order to provide some of the services that are being restored on July 1. So this was just staff trying to identify that we're not quite sure what we don't know yet. We don't know if it's, say, legal assistance or procurement assistance or recruitment assistance at this point in time that'll be necessary to help us ramp up as expeditiously as likely as expected. And ultimately, if it's not allocated, it would fall to fund balance.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois, and thanks to staff for their continued work. I know we gave you some assignments, and I appreciate the information on pages 9 to 11. I do have a few. I just want to make sure I understand. So the scenario, I'll just say the first scenario on slide 7 suggests that, if I'm reading your paragraph correctly, that fully funding this project now would greatly reduce the chances of the project receiving federal funding. So that suggests that doing a loan, it just means that it would be a grant, right?
There's two ways to structure with the fiber fund. Either it could be restructured as a loan. It could be, well, I guess there's 3. A loan with a repayment plan associated with it, a forgivable loan under certain terms, at which point the council can forgive the liability, or it could be provided as a grant, which is just no strings, no loan agreement, no dependencies on something else.
Okay, so
yeah, go ahead.
So if we did a forgivable loan, we could say we will give a forgivable loan in January of 2022, for example. We could decide that in this budget. And that would preserve the ability for us to continue to advocate for this with the federal government, for our lobbyists to get active, our federal lobbyists. Would that be an option rather than just making the loan right away? Could we do it at a future point?
Sure. What I think would happen is the council would make a motion to direct staff to, I believe we would need to come back with an agreement between the city and the Palo Alto Museum with, a loan agreement in this type and appropriate the funds in FY 2022 to support that action as
Okay.
part of budget adoption.
Okay, I recognize that it's not for sure, but and I know that we've been waiting 20 years, but personally, I'm going to be willing to wait another 6 months to see if we can get $4 million from the federal government. I'm perfectly prepared to help. Next question, still on that, page 11. If we were to drain the $2 million in parkland dedication funds, does that mean that we wouldn't have the money for Boulware Park?
I will have staff gut check me on this, but I do not believe so. I believe we've already accounted for the funds necessary for.
Okay. Great. And then I see the question about the community center funds. Okay, so that was the new information. I'm just going to go back up to a high level now. There's an awful lot of detail in here, and I think we're in like V3 of this budget, as it were. My fundamental concern and what will prevent me from voting for this is spending more of the ARPA funds this year. I just don't think that's prudent. And I recognize that people have hope and desires, and they may even be right when it turns out, a year from now when we do the math. But I don't think it's wise. So that's my major concern with the approach that we're taking. And then with respect to the Roth building, which we've had just an extraordinary amount of discussion about, again, I'm not going to be comfortable taking money from, the things that the community has told us that they think are most important. And we just went through all this data. It was parks and public safety and libraries. So if there's a way to do this with the fiber fund as a one-time thing and work with the federal government, I'm willing to support that. But in general, I just, I know people would like all of these things. I would like all of these things. But it's not prudent for us to spend more than 50%. I'm not going to be able to support that.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah. So first, I want to revisit something that Ms. Paris mentioned, that when we had the Finance Committee update, well, I guess that was the original two-day meeting of the Finance Committee. We had a range of, it was either 2.0 to 3.3 or to 3.5 million as the anticipated increase in revenues above what was previously expected. And you gave an update. Actually, you described it tonight as being optimistic, and I'd like to get a clarification on whether that's optimism or greater confidence. And I think that's an important distinction, because people who might hear you, and you may have thought of those two as being synonymous, but in a literal sense, some people may misunderstand that you're just being optimistic as opposed to that you now have a basis for higher confidence.
I would say, given the most recent data we've looked at, I would say confidently optimistic, perhaps, that will exceed that amount in the general fund.
Okay, and that would exceed what amount?
Well, we would fall higher than the range that we gave to Finance Committee in May of the 2.2 to 3.5 million.
So higher than the range?
Higher on that end of the range, yeah.
So potentially above the 3.3 you're saying?
Potentially, yeah.
Okay, that's an important clarification. So in the budget, we use the very bottom of the range, correct? 2.0. So then a more realistic number would potentially be the 3.5, or something, if we want to stay quite conservative, it might be the midpoint of the range, but you're actually suggesting even higher number than I had assumed going in tonight, that it's potentially above the 3.5. So, all of this is a best estimate, but as you get additional information, those estimates change. Those estimates could have changed downward, although I think what we've been seeing is an increasing trend line that this year is liable to be stronger than we were originally projecting. We've had now 2 upticks in just the last 2 months in those projections. So for the council, that means that we really have a modestly higher amount to work with, even if we do not receive the concessions from labor. So I just want to clarify that. I think that we had 0.6 million prior to this income adjustment. If we backed out the labor concessions, we would still have had 0.6 million in the council contingency fund, and the combined with the we're calling it the COVID restoration fund. I think that was 0.6 million, and if we add to that either 0.7 or 1.5, then it boosts it by that much. Is that correct?
Verified. Oh, is that the not the uncertainty reserve?
Yes, that's the 500,000 that the Finance Committee and Council had set aside through the May proceedings, plus the 100,000 that the mayor had just referenced in the contingent account for the City Council. So ultimately, it would be 600,000.
Yep, and then we'd add to that another 700,000 or 1.5 million. And so that the council tonight, we have considerations of how many dollars do we think we want to have in that COVID recovery fund, which I think in an exceptional year like this, I think it is appropriate to still have a fund like that. We don't want it to go into millions of dollars, but last year it was 700,000 that was in there. Yeah. And so a number like that is reasonable. And it means that there are some very limited amounts, but potentially impactful amounts that we could choose to add back even in guidance tonight of cuts that were made last year. For instance, we have the children's library that is now scheduled to be open how many days a week?
I believe
2 or 3.
2 or 3. I want to say it's 3.
Yeah, I had heard 2 previously, and I think I read 3.
It's 3. Yes, it is 3. Staff is confirmed.
So, does staff happen to know or have a sense of, to return that to 5 days a week, what that incremental cost would be?
We have Director Kant to help us.
Oh, great.
Thank you for the question. Let me look at some numbers. So for the full restoration for 7 days, it was 766,000. And now we just have 3 days. So we'll have to do some calculations.
Well, it sounds like it's about 110,000 a day ballpark, huh?
Yes and no, because what happens is the way we're doing it now is staff or full-time staff work 5 days. So we were going to divide them, have them go to different libraries. But that does mean that we'll have to schedule the library open hours differently.
So there'd be some juggling. I get it. I'm just trying to get a sense of how many additional dollars, if that was one of the priorities that the council set on utilizing what's tonight maybe going to be an extra 700 to 1,000 to 1.5 million added back to the budget, and still have the same contingency that we thought we were going to have going into this meeting. And these are not inconsequential things. I mean, we've got all these kids coming out of hibernation who have been deprived of a normal childhood year and a quarter, and trying to do everything we can to restore normalcy to them. Here they're back And things like the Children's Theater is half, I mean, excuse me, well, Children's Theater as well, but the Children's Library is half closed. I think these are serious considerations we should make. It's a limited dollar amount that we can contend with, but still, it could really matter in certain programs. So I'm over my time, so I'll let that go, but I want to put that on the table so that council members are really thinking about that as we move forward in this discussion.
Councilmember Cook.
I wanted to ask, so I think at our last meeting, we asked for staff to reach out to PAUSD to see if they would share in some of the costs. I think one of the items was crossing guard, and then there was a couple more or some, a little, I don't know how many items there were. Did staff do that, and or what's the time frame too short? But how is it going with the conversation?
I would note that this was both a staff exercise as well as a city school liaison conversation. And so the city school liaison committee did have a discussion at its last meeting. I think essentially where we landed was beginning of a conversation and really a recognition of next steps involving identification of programs that may have some overlap in goals, and then to proceed from that identification.
Okay, thank you. And then there's a line item here that says restore police administration programming. What would that be? Training for the police staff? Or admin services?
I'm sorry, Councilmember Koo, could you?
Page 5.
Thank you.
And it's 47,450. Middle page, middle of the page, restore police administration programming.
One moment, I believe you are correct, but let me just check. It is for things like travel supplies, general expenses. It also includes support for programs such as the National Night Out and the Muni Court fees, FBI Academy, and some other activities.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. There's also at the end of that table, there's an asterisk that says recommend using the 125 one-time funding. And I know it goes to something on page 4, eliminate finance committee. Can you explain that to me? I don't understand it.
Yes, apologies. It is an extraordinarily technical transaction. The Finance Committee had set aside $125,000 to be allocated at a later date. And ultimately, last time the council reviewed this on May 17th, the council had actually taken action to allocate funding towards the, I believe, the hot dog series. And so we just offsetted those two.
Okay, okay. I think those are my questions for now until I find some more. Thank you.
Councilmember Philseth.
Yeah, thank you. Hey, a quick question for staff to begin with. The optimism and confidence on the surplus for the year. You folks have been scrupulously careful not to actually put another number on that. But can I ask, what's coming in better than expected? Is it property taxes or sales taxes or TOT? Do we know that?
Sure.
What's looking optimistic?
It's a fair question, Councilmember Philseth. And ultimately, the information that we already provided the Finance Committee stands. We do have one-time excess ERAF funds. We do have a trending higher documentary transfer tax. Not quite sure, obviously, how much that's ongoing versus one time. TOT is trending down. But we are seeing positive signs on the sales tax front, as Ms. Frost just said, as well as just the earlier item that the council discussed. Obviously, we're seeing a lot more economic activity. And unfortunately, just what we see today, we don't have data on. And so what we're seeing and hearing in the economy and in the community, just through, frankly, going to lunch when you're at the office or something like that, show great signs. However, we just don't get this data until probably 2 months from now at the earliest. And so we are optimistically confident. The other piece to this is we're looking at expenses. And although some departments are trending with savings and other departments are trending higher than budgeted levels, overall, frankly, we've been holding a lot of positions vacant over the final 3 months of this year in anticipation for probably making service reductions. Obviously, we're not going down that path, but there is some one-time savings associated with us holding all of those positions vacant.
So some of it's actually expenses as opposed to revenues.
Correct.
Okay. Yep.
It's both sides.
Okay. I wonder, can you put up slide 8? So this is slide 8 from the Finance Committee meeting, which was not part of the council packet for tonight.
Christine, if you'll let me share, I'll pull it up. I've got it for, I believe, but I'm sorry, Councilmember Philseth, you're talking about slide 8 from the May 25th meeting?
Correct, the 5-year projection.
Yes, of course, here.
This was the slide that split the Finance Committee.
There we go.
So what you're looking here is the latest update of a 5-year pro forma for the budget that is the budget framework that's before the council tonight. And so far, most of the discussions tonight is focused on the fiscal 22 budget as appropriate. What you can see in the years fiscal 23 through fiscal 26 is that structural expenses, total expenditures there, primarily wages and benefits, are substantially higher than structural revenues once you split out one-time items. So the difference between structural revenues and structural expenses, we cover that gap. This budget covers that gap in the short term from ARPA and budget stabilization reserves. But those will be gone beginning in fiscal 2024. And what you can see here is a shortfall projected at roughly $50 million over the 4 years following the current year budget that we're reviewing. I believe this is because of a couple of things. One is that even assuming general fund revenue recover to previous levels, we've lost a few years of time. And while we've cut expenses as well, those expenses continue to grow during the recovery period. A second one is the green verdict, which is significant, which is likely to give us a $15 to $20 million one-time expense, followed by a permanent reduction in revenues of $4 million per year. Okay. And the last one is that we have not yet cut the capital plan. Okay. We actually started, the council actually started a month ago when we did, among other things, split the Charleston Rastradero project, but we then restored that. So the Finance Committee was split on this. Part of the committee found this projection to be quite sobering. But the other part of the committee felt that the revenues you see in front of you here are excessively conservative, potentially by $10 million a year or more, and that in fact revenues will grow much faster than you see. Hopefully, that part of the Finance Committee is correct. If they are not correct, and if significant new revenue sources cannot be found in the next 24 months, then the risk is considerable that many of the programs that this budget funds will have to be defunded and then some after the ARPA money is spent. And so everybody should have this understanding. Thank you.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I ask a couple questions about the Roth building? I'm curious, has staff analyzed the funding model that was proposed by the museum? I remember it was at our last meeting when the last time this issue came up before council. Has staff analyzed that funding model?
Not necessarily specifically. Staff provided the research at the direction of the Finance Committee and Council, but I think in general that does satisfy the funding model that the museum provided. So for example, the museum identified use of SUMC funds, and staff have researched and provided information on what SUMC funds, as of the current development agreement terms today, would be eligible for use of investment in the Roth facility. In addition, staff also looked at whether or not we could reallocate funds in lieu funds, move the funding around to different projects. And there is one outstanding question on eligibility of community center impact fee funds that we are researching at present.
Okay, because if memory serves me right, I recall that the funding model that they put forward wouldn't have meant that we would have had to cut any other current projects within the capital improvement. Is that? But now it seems like scenario B in the Finance Committee's recommendation would have to cut certain projects.
Scenario B only identified from the Finance Committee's recommendation that should the community center impact fee funds not be an eligible use, that then we would look at defunding something. So that's kind of an if then, or this or that. And so we're really still looking at the community center impact fee allocations. The other funds, and I believe the museum also understood this when they said this, it would require us to realign funding of other projects. So for example, they recognize that the community impact fees were currently allocated towards the Rinconada improvements. However, it's the opinion of the museum that a better alignment of those funding would be that the city use park impact fees or parkland dedication fees for that purpose and reallocate those community impact fees to the museum itself, or the Roth building, I'm sorry.
Okay.
So I think there are reallocations required.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. And what amount of the 0.84 million of the uncommitted community and infrastructure funds is expected to be needed to offset negative balances in other categories, as stated on page 9 of the staff report?
Sure. At present, staff is aware of at least basically 0.2 or $200,000. And we are in the process of doing a final reconciliation per the development agreement of all allocated expenses. We do the reporting through the Planning and Development Services Department. So I don't know what I don't know, but we sometimes have to realign expenses in the categories. But for right now, I know of the 200,000.
Okay, thank you. And then, if I may, through the chair, if I could ask a question of the museum president, Rich Green.
Sure.
Thank you. Mr. Green, I was just curious if you could weigh in. I know Councilmember Cormack in her comments kind of spoke about maybe delaying the loan to January. Could you speak to what that would mean for the project, and any, do you support that? Do you have concerns about that? If you could just speak to that.
If you're talking about the proposed $4 million loan, that would allow us to start construction right away. If we wait for the federal grant, those funds may not be dispersed until into 2023. If we were to wait, then we run the risk of expiring our building permit and expiring the county grants, and we may have some other risks involved. So time really is of the essence. It all points to a construction start this summer if there's a way we can make that happen.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And see, my time is coming to an end. I'll just say that I strongly support making sure that the museum moves forward. I think we had a lot of great speakers tonight articulately state the reasons why it's so important for this community to have this museum, why right now is the opportune time to be able to move forward with it. And I can't remember the speaker's name, so I apologize, but I just thought it was her story about growing up in Palo Alto and kind of being disconnected from her own community's history and not knowing the rich history of Palo Alto is just so true. I mean, the same thing for me growing up in this town. I never really understood the true richness of this this town. And even today, as a history teacher, it's really difficult to kind of grasp that history without having a museum or just an area where we can kind of where we can have all this information at our fingertips. And so it's difficult. I mean, there's very limited resources to be able to find good books on Palo Alto history. Fortunately, some people have provided those to me. I've been able to read them, and it's fascinating. I'd love to be able to have that be more accessible to our community. So I'll definitely wanting to see something that helps us move forward on this project tonight. Thank you.
I might add, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Stone, I think it is important to note at this juncture, as we're talking about next steps as it relates to the History Museum, that staff has identified the work ahead related to the development of either a lease or however you might refer to it, a site control agreement that would specify the responsibilities of parties between the city, the museum, and any construction, ultimately construction contractors and the like involved. I note that because we do expect that this will be a significant body of work to work through and negotiate the elements of an agreement for construction, not dissimilar to what was done with the JMZ and before my time, I believe, but Avenidas as another example. So we do want to flag for the council's awareness that as we get into the particulars of next steps, that there is some substantial work ahead.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, thanks for everyone's work on it. I know this is difficult. I think the comments about structural versus one time is actually a very important discussion, because it's easy to look at like, oh wow, we have the money because you have all this cash coming in, but the reality is that what about next year and the year after and the year after that? And if we don't think about that, we're going to have some pretty dramatic emergencies later on. So I think we have to keep that in mind when we are trying to decide what to do. And so, one of the first things I think we should think about, and I realize we don't necessarily have control over this, but I think that, last year, I think management led by offering to not get an increase. They actually led the charge on that. And I realized that, there's not necessarily that willingness now, but I think if they could do that again this time, I think that would actually have a really big impact on our labor unions. So I'm hoping that management can actually think about that and kind of lead the charge on trying to hold the line on increases, because I think a lot of labor groups are looking at management. So that's something that I think we should definitely consider, not necessarily under city council control, but it's something which I think is important. I think the second thing is, and I realize a lot of my colleagues aren't necessarily fans of this lease stringer right now, but I really think we should look at the span of control and see if we can improve upon it, because I think our span of control could be a lot better, at least from the organization charts I've seen so far. And this could allow us to provide a lot of the services without having to actually blow the budget. So I think that's the second really important topic. The third thing is the Rolf building. So I think a lot of people really like to have a history museum in our city. But I think what we have to do is we have to separate out what's like essential and what's nice to have. I think most of us would consider having firefighters essential, right? Having crossing guards for our kids is probably essential. And History Museum, not to say we don't want to do it, but do we need to do it now? Do we need to do it when we're actually having a really, a second year of budget crisis? I don't know. I don't know if that's the most critical thing that we have to think about. Now, I realize that we could raid the fiber fund, but like my internet all night has been going out. It's just been terrible. I've been fighting this thing for 2 weeks. And we actually a few weeks ago talked about, fiber to the home and trying to actually improve our infrastructure in our city. And if I were to ask the average person, I know if you have to ask, anyone in my family, would you rather have a history museum or a working internet, right? Oh my God, we would want a working internet, right? I mean, we are struggling here. I mean, there's like no choice here. And I think a lot of people in that boat, we're trying to be leaders in carbon output, right? Trying to make sure that we're going to have good, a really good carbon footprint. And one way of doing that is actually enabling working from home, like allowing us to Zoom. But my God, my internet keeps going out. It's just crazy, right? I hope it doesn't go out when I'm talking. And like, wouldn't it be better to make sure that fiber fund is fully funded so that we can actually fund? We talked about a really interesting fiber plan a few weeks ago. Would it be really interesting to actually fund that? If I look at my office hours, like the number of office hours I had on people who complain about their internet versus the ones that really want a history museum, it's like easily 10 to 1, 100 to 1, easily, no question about it. And so I think we really need to think about what does our community really want versus what it's nice to have. And not to say we wouldn't do it. And there will be better times later. But right now is not a good time. This is the second year in a row we're having really tough times. Plus, we have the utilities lawsuit going on. So it's just really tough to think about. We want to squeeze everything in now. Now, if money falls from the sky, federal funding falls in and funds this whole thing, great, let's do it, right? But why get ahead of ourselves? Why not wait to see if we get the money, and then decide? And so, in terms of building permit, we are the city. We control the building permits. We could adjust that if we have to, right? And so I don't think that's something that that should be the determining factor of whether we move forward. I think we want to make sure that we're secure. We want to make sure the essentials are secure, right? Make sure that we have good internet. Make sure that we have crossing guards for our school. Making sure that we have our essential employees. And so, and then I know staff's also kind of thinking, well, should we try take money from our park funds? But are we going to risk a lawsuit here? Are we going to have legal trouble? So there's a lot of risk here by we're really kind of scraping the bottom of the barrel here in terms of trying to really fund this. And I think the problem is that we're taking stuff away that I think the community really, really values a lot more. And not to say the museum is not valuable, but the question is now the right time, or can we do it in 6 months? Let's see what happens to the federal funding. So I think we should tread cautiously here. Let's hope for the best. Let's hope that we just have a gangbuster year, and the hotels are packed and our rates go back to $400 a night, and all of our restaurants and retailers are just zooming, right? Let's hope that's all not zooming. Let's hope that they are occupied, right? And that because and then we won't have to worry about this, right? And then we could decide then, right? But why do it now and put ourselves at risk when we have to make even harder decisions later on if we're wrong?
Okay, thank you. So that kind of ends one round. Again, given the time, I think we should try to conclude this in the second round here. Would anybody like to start? Vice Mayor Burt.
Well, I'll give it a shot since nobody else did. So just respond to a couple of colleagues' comments. So first on the funding for the Roth building, it really competes with other CIP projects. And when we look at a 5-year CIP plan, we had this framing over the Charleston Rastradero where staff had said, well, if it came in over budget this last year, which it did, then it would have to essentially compete with the 5-year CIP plan and all the projects in there. And in reality, when we look at a 5-year plan, the first year out, we might have engineering estimates on, and the second one, far fewer. And beyond that, typically, I called it seat of the pants estimates, and the city manager said, well, they actually use the term back of the napkin. But if we don't even have engineering estimates, what's more bids, these are rough estimates. They're the best we can use for planning purposes. That's what we do. But basically, we don't know what all those other projects are going to cost. And the projects that are out in year 4 and 5 are not projects that necessarily have to be done that year. They are ones that if we have those dollars, that's good timing to do that. But that is not written in stone. Those are all a bunch of judgment calls that we make. And so things get pushed out, and this is the way it's done. And not to mention that we don't expend all the dollars that we budget in CIP projects each year. I'd also just like to respond that on this slide 8. So as the Finance Committee member who disagreed that we're going to be stuck in that deficit, I didn't actually say that all those dollars would be restored through additional revenue above what was projected there. What I said was that first, if we look at over the last 5 or 10 years, excluding the emergency year, we had been having a higher average revenue growth than is projected there. And Kylie, I don't know if you had a chance to look at if we back out the TOT increases, what was our organic revenue growth over the previous 5 years or 10 years, whatever.
I believe that staff has looked at that. Christine, do you have the adjusted average growth? And just to bring the council up to speed, the full committee, in review of the long-range financial forecast, did ask staff what the average growth was in general fund revenues over, I want to say, about a decade. And what staff had identified at that time was, on average, it's about 5% growth, but that also included 2 ballot measure increases approved by the voters, which increased our TOT rates. So the committee had asked us, well, if you normalized for those ballot measures, what would the average growth be? And I believe we did run that number, as we said, back of the envelope math.
Yes, back of the envelope, it was 4%.
Okay, that's about what I was guessing. And did you happen to run that if we have 4% growth in these coming few years, how that adjusts the projected deficit?
We ran. Christine, didn't we look at what our scenario A was in terms of our growth?
We did. Our scenario A and B and A, we've been using to develop the budget. Scenario A assumes a 2 to 3 year recovery. And scenario A has a 3.7% average growth for the next 5 years.
So
that was the 3 year recovery?
Yes, that was the 2 to 3 year recovery period.
Okay, so we were looking at, we've been using the 5 year recovery, but actually, if we have a growth rate that is what we had over the average over the previous 10 years, then it would be more like less than a 3 year recovery.
It would be more like scenario A, yes. So a 2 to 3 year recovery. And just as a reminder to the full council, what we discussed at the committee is even in that scenario, in that 5th year, we do still have an ongoing gap that is less obviously than what was presented on slide 8.
So we're being very conservative in multiple ways. And if we, not optimistic, but if we are using the past patterns to be realistic, then we'd have a more rapid recovery and less of a structural deficit than was projected there, considerably so. On top of that, that projection assumes no business tax, no backfilling of the loss of the green tax through, or the green settlement through a utility users tax adjustment. And I think that we have a pretty strong consensus that we're going to have some form of a business tax, and most of us on this council think that there's a strong community support for some business tax. A business tax at the scale of what East Palo Alto charges, which is 20 cents a square foot for larger offices, would probably bring in the neighborhood of, in our city, with far more office than them, about $30 million a year. Now, my hope had been that the bulk of that would be able to be spent for transportation and affordable housing. But in this circumstance, having some of that backfill for critical services is certainly doable. So those are things that I think, that's my perspective. I've gone through these kinds of downturns before and recoveries, multiple of them, several with the city. And it's the job of our staff, financial staff, to be conservative. And it's important that they do that and that they don't overestimate. On the other hand, we have to decide how conservative should we be. We still have significant challenges ahead. And if we had to have cuts in future years, they're going to be far less drastic than what this council had to go through last year, of $37 million in operating cuts. So yes, we have challenges. I happen to believe that our recovery and the revenue sources we're going to be able to have will meet those challenges, and perhaps then some. But even if we don't, we can face up to those things, and they will be far less drastic than the cuts that were made last year. So it's hardly unachievable to make what adjustments we have to do in the future. Question is, do we continue to have dire cuts in services right now that are perhaps unnecessary? And that's where I think we're at. So thanks for the time on this.
Councilmember Coop.
Mayor, through you, may I ask Rich Green a question?
Yes.
Rich, Mr. Green, so the museum designed its plans around the lease agreement. And obviously there is a question about the community center impact fees. Can you give us an idea what the community benefits are within the museum?
Oh, sure. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Yeah, part of our original agreement with the city was to include community center function in the building. It's a multi-purpose building. So we have a community access, if you will, community meeting rooms in the on the first floor on the park side near Bryant Street. That's where it starts. Then we also have the Legacy Hall, which is the main lobby, and that's going to be the largest space to have community events. And this could be anything from a musical event to book signing, poetry readings, and historic lectures, and so on. There's also what we call the Ed Lab, but it's the education lab. It's the schoolroom where the second, third, and fourth graders will come and land and begin their hands-on work with local history. That is a part of a community library school function. We also have the boardroom upstairs, the Pitch and Kathy Johnson boardroom up on the second floor, which is also a community access space. I hope that helps answer your question.
Yes, that's a huge number of areas of community space. Thank you. And if I remember, and I may have to ask you another question, Mr. Green. I don't know if staff will know this, but I believe there's also a resolution that states that this Roth building is actually on parkland. Is that not so?
That is correct. It's not dedicated parkland, but it was an agreement drafted by the city to oblige the requirements of the county so that we would qualify for the county grants that required that the Roth building be on park land. So the city attorney and the city staff drafted an agreement with the county that the Roth building does in fact sit on parkland for the next 20 years at minimum.
And that's resolution number 9810 from December 17, 2018, unanimous vote. So thank you for that. I just wanted to confirm that so we have clarity in terms of what is park and what is community community funds. Thank you.
Councilmember McCormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. Just a few things on the revenues and expenses sort of last year and going out forward. You know, sorry to be repeating myself, but you know, the national recovery is really not going to be aligned with ours because of our dependence on travel and especially international travel. You know, at the margins in terms of that nice high hotel room rate that Councilmember Tanaka was mentioning. So I just want us to keep that in mind. I was one of those people at Town and Country last week, but I only spent, I think, about $5 on like tea and a cookie. So I didn't really contribute that much to sales tax, but it was great to be there. Yeah, anyway, could staff please just remind us of the calendar in the event that the council decides to do a business tax and it goes before the voters and it's approved? When would we be receiving actual revenue from a business tax? I was thinking 2024, calendar 2024, but that's my math. Is that about right? Or do you have a different number?
Sure. So if I'm thinking out loud here, we would have the ballot on if it was a general election for a general tax, it would be on the November 2022 ballot. And then depending on the complexity, frankly, of the measure and the structure of the measure, it can take anywhere from probably, to be honest, 12 to 18 months to implement. Mountain View took 18 months to implement their new one, and they even had a business tax in place. We don't have a business tax in place, so we don't necessarily have the same infrastructure. Now, that's not to say we're the same, obviously, as Mountain View. And again, it really depends on the administration. And the administration is going to depend on the structure of the tax.
Right, but it's just helpful to have that as a benchmark since, you know, we're referencing other cities. I just want to have that on that famous slide 8 from the Finance Committee. And we certainly did make significant cuts last year, but one of the things we did that we haven't talked about, frankly enough, is we eliminated a lot of vacancies, right? So that was one of the ways that we were able to achieve these cuts. So those aren't reductions in services in quite the same way that future cuts would be, because now we don't have that that room at the margin, as staff described earlier. There's no backfill, you know, that kind of thing. So I think future cuts could potentially even be, you know, more significant if we overcorrect right now. It's a tough balance, right? We're gonna have to take some risk either way. But I am aligned with Councilmember Phil Seth that we have to take the medium range view here. Lots of times we take the long range view, but the medium range view is important. When you look at that slide and you look at the expenses, you know, doubling, you know, growing twice as fast as revenue. I'm not comfortable. There is risk from, you know, the green situation as discussed. It's really appealing to add back even more. This, I think, would be the third time. If council decides to add back more, this will be the third time in a row. And I'm not confident that we have, you know, our significant things, right? The ARAF, the documented transfer tax, those are highly volatile and they're smaller components, right? I'm not hearing property tax. And, you know, we don't yet know about sales tax because so much of that is dependent on Stanford Shopping Center and of course Town and Country, as we discussed earlier this evening. And, you know, we certainly saw some numbers there. So, you know, I just want to urge my colleagues to pause. We've added a lot back already, a lot that the community wants. And we may have the opportunity to do more. And we can put this aside in the BSR and pull it out when we need it. Staff has, you know, been very clear on page, let's see, 9. Where's the page where you talk about how long it's going to take to hire people? 5, 6. need my reading glasses on, page 6. We have a little bit of time. Staff is going to have their hands full adding back what the council, the majority has already chosen. So I just urge everyone to not try to, make all of the decisions tonight. Let's be prudent. Thanks.
So I'll go ahead and jump in. So could we clarify the assumptions that Magellan made on the use of the fiber funds and future fund revenue for the network build out? Like I've heard people say, oh, there's excess funds there. I don't know if you can speak to that financial model.
I believe Director Batchelor. Let's see. Oh, I see his name here, so I know he was looking into that issue. See if he's able to respond.
Also, if the clerk, there's Dean.
Sorry. Third voice, yes. So your question, in regards to the future on the revenues, sorry. So I have, there's going to be we think that there'll probably be a drop of about $500,000 in the coming year in 23. And that is because of some of the rate changes. So Stanford's one of our larger customers. They're still on the promotional rate. Once they move off of the promotional rate, we think that we're going to be what we thought was going to be around $2 million on an annual. Looks like it's going to be somewhere right around 1.6 million dollars. We didn't count those additional dollars into the projections when we were looking with Magellan's forecast. Also, too, is that when we were doing the forecast, it was, as it's been pointed out, that it was based off of a $30 million budget. We felt that that $5 million was still going to be held, so that depending on however the council moves forward with the vote, once we come back to you all, looking forward to actually move this project forward, that it would be just less debt that we would have to deal with then at that period of time. So the money was always going to be used, but again, it's all depends on with the debt, how much do we want to take on?
Okay, thank you. So, again, I think Councilmember Philseth touched on this. A couple people have, while we have COVID impacts this year, the large budget impact is really the legal reserve fund, where we're parking transfers from the utilities that would normally go to the general fund. And those fund the programs we're trying to restore: libraries, art, theater, other general fund expenses. And so while we have this lawsuit underway, the Green case, I think it's important that residents understand how important that transfer that was approved by voters years ago really is to the city. So either the courts will uphold the transfer, or we may need to reaffirm it at the ballot. We would probably restate it as a utility tax at that point. But that was what it's going to take to restore some of this general funding in the longer term. So I support funding the Roth building with the impact fees. Again, I'm convinced that the community center benefits, the public park bathroom, the Stanford funds, those are the right sources of funding. I'd like to see us take advantage of this time and get the lease option done and be able to break ground as soon as we could. Given the uncertainty on the federal grants, I believe we should talk to our Congresswoman. She's very reachable, and just verify that those funds could be used for either construction or the capital build out within the museum. It's not clear that if the grant comes through, that it has to be limited to only the building. And again, given the risk and the kind of years of delay it would take to figure that out, I'm not interested in that. I want to thank Councilmember Philseth for pulling up that slide 8. And I think last time the budget came to council, we asked for a long-term review of the capital plan in the fall to kind of see, what our capital projects plan is going to look like going forward. So I guess my question to Kylie is, how much of that long-term deficit is caused by the current capital plan? The 50 million over 5 years?
I guess it would depend on. I guess it would depend on how the council prioritizes things. From a straight math perspective, we did talk about this with the finance committee, and that 5-year forecast does assume that over a 5-year period, along with the assumptions that the council had approved as part of the long range financial forecast, that we would get back up to the base level of catch up, keep up funding for CIP. So it's a gradated approach, similar to the 5-year recovery period. It has a 5-year ramp up of that base transfer. And so what that does, to your point, Mayor, is in FY 2022, it has a base transfer of about 2.5 billion, and that ramps up to about, I want to say 17 million in 2026. And it steps its way through. Again,
Okay.
that's that level associated with the catch up, keep up, IBRIC, and the reductions that we've already taken on the CIP side and bringing us back to normal.
Okay. So there's still quite a bit that's what Councilmember Phillips is calling structural, that ongoing costs are not being met by ongoing revenues, it sounds like.
Right. And so, capital maintenance is an ongoing cost to an extent.
Sure,
obviously.
sure.
And
Yeah.
so it is a question on how much the council wishes to dedicate and invest in its infrastructure. And obviously, and everyone knows this, and the committee even discussed it, it's a lot easier to put off maintenance in certain years, and if it's an emergency in a short period of time, and then you resume it later. But if you put it off for an extended period of time, that's how we get into situations where we're at with the more significant capital investments that we've been looking at recently in terms of fire station rebuilds, the new public safety building, and the like. So it's a balancing act to not forget about some of the catch up and keep up work, but also balancing obviously your capital investment with your operating services. And I will note, to your point, Mayor, the 5-year CIP that's currently before this council does assume that 5-year ramp up. So to the extent that the council in future years chooses to reduce that, we are looking at obviously impacts to the current 5-year CIP as planned.
Okay. So I do want to comment that, when we do these long range plans, we make estimates because that's how we plan. And we have skilled staff who we ask to do that for us. So, is it a precise number? No, but it's an estimate, and we know it's going to cost us something, and that's the best we can estimate right now. So I guess where I'm ending up is I don't want to choose the most optimistic scenario across the board. I think we moved a lot in our prior meeting. We restored a lot of cuts. I was comfortable with that. I'm not really comfortable going further today. And so I'd like to go ahead and make a motion. And, I'd like to basically approve the budget changes as outlined in the staff report. I'd like to accept the final capital improvement plan, accept the alternative balancing strategy, and move that we would fund the Roth building with option B, which would be the impact fees.
Second.
Thank you. So I don't know if the clerk captured that, but basically I'm saying the staff motion, choosing option B for the Roth building. So again, I think we made a lot of progress in this budget. I think we restored things across the board in various departments. Some people like us to restore more in certain areas. I'm at the point where I think we should give this budget a shot, see how we're doing. Again, we're going to take time to hire staff, hire part-time staff. And so the organization needs time, I think, to ramp back up. And so even if we said we wanted to restore more all at once, I'm not sure that we can do it. So anyways, I think we've made a reasonable cut. I think we've been more optimistic than we were 6 months ago, 9 months ago. And I think that's justified. And I want to thank staff for being flexible and kind of working through this period. I said it on Town and Country, we're just in a very dynamic period right now. And, these are the kinds of changes we need to deal with. Councilmember Koo, do you want to speak to your second?
No, I think mostly I want to thank staff and the Finance Committee for the work that they have done. And I think, we're here, we've restored a lot of the services, and adding more at this point, I'm not sure what funds we're going to be looking at. So I'm comfortable starting here and taking a review down after we return or in September. But again, thanks for all the work that you guys have done.
Okay, Vice Mayor Burt.
And Vice Mayor, if I may, yours and Councilmember Koo's pleasure working with the clerk just to clarify some of the language in this, just to provide clear direction to return for adoption on June 21st. And one thing for your consideration and the council's consideration as we move through this is the alternative in terms of the labor groups and concessions. Is that preferred as the base, meaning you assume the concessions and then have that reserve essentially set aside to pay for them, or the reverse actually, which would be restore the costs and know that if we were to achieve something later that we can allocate that savings.
I'm sorry, can you say that again? I thought the proposal was we would assume the cuts, and if we don't get them,
then we have a reserve. Okay, understood.
Yeah. Okay, Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, so I'm going to be willing to support the motion, although I've got one amendment to propose. I do want to say that I don't think it's correct to frame the alternative as the most optimistic revenue. In fact, this is conservative. But we won't have greater visibility until a couple months from now. I'm interested in incorporating in the motion something to the effect that of what Councilmember Koo was referring to, of at what point will we have a bit more visibility on how this year is shaping up, and how early could the council have greater information to look at any other adjustments early in the year if they're prudent. And so I know that we don't get our Q4, I think, until maybe mid-October, our revenue estimates. Is that generally the case, Kylie?
We can have cash information by the end of September. So what we did last year is staff provided a preliminary Q1 to the full council by the end of October with the 2-week posting period and the like. And so I would suggest we look at a similar schedule at the earliest.
And I'm sorry, so the earliest would be when?
By the end of October, we would do a preliminary Q1. So it's not the final Q1 financials. We would still send those to Finance Committee, which is what we did this past year. But in the interest of the council, I would say if you want information earlier, normally Q1 goes in December to the Finance Committee. If December is too late, I would say no earlier than the end of October.
Okay, so before that motion, I just want to add one other comment on the timing for a business tax. East Palo Alto took about 12 months before they saw their revenue. So that was an entirely new tax for them. It wasn't built off of a previous one. But my amendment then would be that the staff return by the end of October for a review of any potential budget adjustments.
Yeah, and we did something like this last year as well, right? So is staff comfortable with that?
Yes, and actually, in all honesty, Mayor and Vice Mayor, this is a referral that the council already took as part of the approval of the 2022 long-range financial forecast. So it would be redundant, actually.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and keep it here just for clarity then, if that's acceptable to the maker and the seconder.
Yeah, it's acceptable.
Yes.
Any other comments on the motion?
Mayor and Vice Mayor, on item E, if I could ask for clarity, it says potential budget adjustments. I'm wondering if the council's intention is direct staff to return by the end of October 2021 with preliminary Q1 financial results?
Yes, so that the council may consider budget adjustments.
Wonderful, thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah. Let's capture that language, Q1 results, so we can consider budget adjustments. Okay. Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a point of clarity on B and C of the motion. It starts with review and accept for both of those. Does that mean we're going to, once again, review these items on the 21st, or should that language be changed to simply accept?
We could say accept, but again, the whole thing comes back to us on the 21st. Right?
I guess for clarity's sake, if you wanted to, Mayor and Councilmember Stone, the lead-in for A, B, and C could be direct staff to return on June 21 to accept final blah, 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 instead of review and accept.
That'd be clearer to me, but for the motion or seconder.
Okay, Councilmember, anything else, Councilmember Stone? Is that okay, Councilmember?
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you. So could staff please explain the impacts of letter D, choosing option B? What things will happen as a result of that? What changes will be made?
Let us refresh our memories on that. One moment. Yeah, I'll take a stab at this. And also for clarity, if I recall this correctly, to the maker and the seconder, I believe you mean recommended option B, 2 little i's, because under B, 1 little I, it was research the feasibility of the fiber optics fund. And so what this would mean is that staff's first line of defense would be to look to allocate $2 million of SUMC funding, utilizing $350,000 of impact fees for the parks restroom, and look at use of community center fees as the first order, so to speak, of finding available funding for Roth. And as outlined in the staff report on the SUMC funding, staff will need to go back and look at reallocating projects or potentially, I guess, deferring projects currently funded by the eligible SUMC funding pots. We identified such as the Fire Station 4 or Public Safety Building. As for the community center fees, staff will continue to research the eligibility of the use of the community center fees in light of the most recent Nexus study, as we outlined in the staff report for tonight. And if they are eligible, then would look at reallocation of impact fees within the Rinconada Park and JMZ project. And if not, then defund the Rinconada Park program.
Okay, so there's the potential for both the fire station and Rinconada Park to not occur, to be defunded.
Possibly. Staff will bring back options for the council's
Okay,
consideration.
all right. I just want to be sure we understand. I know you need a little bit more time. Thanks.
Could we clarify that to be option B, II? Because in letter D. Okay, thank you. Councilmember Ku.
Ms. Nose, also in the staff report for the SUMC fees, it also states that if staff can't determine whether the, find the funding in there, that perhaps there might be the ability to go back to Stanford, I think, in order to see if there's a way to change the funding.
That's correct. Staff identified that if the council wanted, that would require reopening and renegotiating the terms of the development agreement with Stanford.
How involved is that, and can that be in parallel to your investigation about where the funds are?
In time for an action by the council on the 21st? No, we don't have the capacity to do that aspect in that time frame.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm going to suggest we go ahead and vote on the motion. We're starting with Councilmember Tanaka.
No.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
No.
I'll vote yes. Councilmember Filsa.
No.
Councilmember Ku.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Okay, so it passes on a 4-3 with Councilmembers Cormack, Filsa, and Tanaka voting no. Okay, so that concludes our last action item. We are now at Councilmember questions, comments, and announcements. Councilmember Cormack.
I just wanted to follow up on what the city manager said about the Summit for Women and Girls. It'd be great if some of our 5 colleagues who are not yet signed up or participating would like to join us. So that's part one. And then the second is a question for staff. We've received a number of emails recently about the status of the safe gun storage ordinance. And I wondered if staff had an update on when that might be in front of council.
Sure. Right. So given all of the various demands of this very, very busy late spring, we needed to defer the additional legal work that's still needed on that item into the period after the staff report crush ends, which will be next week. So we'd anticipate seeing that then shortly after you return in August.
Thank you for that update.
Yeah, I just want to say, I've been working with the Palo Alto community group on the World Music Month. It's really great. I hope everybody can get out on the weekends and check it out. And again, thanks to all the people, all the volunteers that helped pull that off. And then hopefully before our last meeting, the city manager could share some of the planned activities for July 4th. And I also wanted to say thank you to Councilmember Ku for all the time she's invested in airplane noise and getting this opportunity with the San Francisco Roundtable. We're not there yet, but I think the opening is a direct result of your efforts. So thank you for that. And with that, meeting's adjourned. So thank you very much. Good night.